Hello to everyone present here. A very good evening to everyone who joined us to the first semifinals lower brackets that is going to be happening. It is going to be best of three. And before we bring you on to the match, onto the caster's desk as well, this is your girl Zero and my fellow caster Debbie as well. So we're both excited, I think, Debbie.
Yeah, we are both really excited. So, like you mentioned, the first semifinals we're going to be seeing now for the Nerd 2.0 NERD, the Northeast. It's just NE means Northeast. Underdogs champion. It's not the nerd as in the word nerd. So it's kind of catchy, right? Do you want nerd? But
Yep,
yeah, anyway,
very cheap.
Northeast Underdogs tournament. We are here to bring you for the semi-finals. Today it's gonna be between. Do you want to mention the names, Jewa?
Oh, well, I think everyone knows it as of now, but we'll just mention it out. It's Team IGN going off versus Team Math. Two of the top teams in India battling it out for their way towards the finals. And, it is a best of three, so we can expect quite the matches.
Yep, and then we're gonna be seeing Marv versus IZN. Marv on to the first pick and IZN to the second pick, which means that Marv will definitely be having the upper hand this time around. So let's go into the drafting phase. What are the bans gonna be? Because yeah, you know what? Ban out the Fanny when there is a respect onto the opponent. So this is what Marv has been doing, banning out the Fanny, because I don't think Julie does play the Fanny because he's been playing some consistent roles, but not really the assassin. This one in particular here, but respect has been so good onto this assassin. So I think it's more of a respect ban taken away. But then again, for the other side though, IGN banning away the Lucas as well as the Matilda here. So I think they do not want to give out the Lucas even though they have full potential in using it as well, right, Jaywa?
Oh, yep, certainly. I mean, Lucas has been quite consistent in the jungle roles, and he's been quite up as well with a lot of damage and a lot of sustain, especially paired with the Florins. So banning the Lucas out is definitely a safe choice. Same with Kalea as well, because either of the teams they do know how to use the Kalea to their max potential. So of course you have to ban the new fish, the new addition to the MLBB family. We don't want any fishy smells here, but well, oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah, better than, getting caught by a fish at least.
Yeah, I think fish has to go, but when you ban out these kind of heroes, like a little bit of a safe in the meta as well, we never know what you're gonna be facing. For IZN taking away the Juicin, they do really want to go for the tanky frontliners, which is gonna be really good because they do not want a Juicin. But then again, for Marv, they do have a lot of choices, okay? Joy for the first pick for Marv. I think Joy is good and all, but the first pick, it can be literally so counterable because there are heroes that can be a counter for the Joy as well. But maybe Marv Julie might try to get it as a comfort to take the high mobile hero assassin very early on and try to move around it, try to play around it as well, because as we all know, Joy have the lot of magic damage as well, and it kind of open up to a variety of choices into the mid lane as well. But then again, we can see IZN picking out the gold lane first on, and it's gonna be the Harris as well as the Hylos taken away, so the flex is there. And I really like a Harris against a Joy because he does have more dashes and more damage than the electrifying beach onto the Joy.
Yep, certainly. I mean, Aaron out here, right? He could have gone for the Granger, but it won't be quite optimal against a Joy. So, of course, Harriet is much better when going up against the Joy, especially when you're the gold laner, when you're gonna be taking the main damage, right? But, oh, well, there we go. We do see a Phobius, and it got the catch-up picked up by Math, denying Medio the Phobius. And it is gonna be quite hard for Harriet now because Phobius just counter out the Harriet, gonna be interrupting with his chrono dashes. So Aaron gotta watch it out there, but the Celian in the hands of Vitch this time.
Oh, quite an expensive pick into the mid side. these current metas, I think, which has been more comfortable on going on to the early game heroes like the Jusin, like the Selenas, and even the Farzas as well. But this time around, I think him going for the Sicilian Trite might be a reason why they also pick up the Harris, because the Harris is such a dominator into the lane. Whoever he goes against, even if it goes against the carry, he comes online much earlier than those physical marksmen. So very understandable on top of that. But I think they are going to be needing a solid early game assassin here if they are going to be picking out the Sicilian right now. But the bans are through, the first up ban coming in, and the Moskov as well for the side of IZ. And they do know that they do not want to give away the Moskov to go lane against the Harris. Yes, on paper, Moskov is a weak early game hero, but he does have a good time in comparison to other marksmen when he is paired up against a Harris. So I think I didn't understand this very well. But then again, we can see Marv banning out the CC as well as the Alpha. So one hero and one XP and another jungle gone for IZN here.
Oh, but we do not see a Hilda, Mirio picking up the Hilda
Oh.
quite often, right? We know Mirio, he's been a team player, but as of now, he does decide to go for the aggressive queen. The Hilda herself out here eating the grass, healing herself. So, both Hilda and Hylos are both flex picks, so we still don't know which one of them are gonna be going. But rotation wise, I think Hilda will do much better if she goes on the roam. But okay, Granger going against the Harriet. On top of that, we got a Luoyi, so we should be expecting crazy diversions from Shenzhou. But then again, respect. There you go. He pulls out the Hayabusa, which is really good against a Joy.
And I really like a Hayabusa, but into the early game, he does have a lesser chances into the farming speed. But the mid game, the Power Spike comes in and he can go for the potential snowball as well. But then I think it's into the hands of Mr. Respect here. He is more comfortable onto this kind of assassin whose playstyle is much more a dive in, get a kill, dive out, go for the objective wise as well. So I think it's very understandable that they go for this here. And one thing I like about the Hilda pick is that there is a joy onto the opponent side. Whether you are going to the XP or to the roam, it can be such a nuisance when you try to go for abusing the opponent's jungle. So that has to be the main purpose, the sole reason that the Hilda is being picked again. But Senju, I think he have the potential to go for the team fights, right? Because he have much more macro factor that because they have the diversion. So I think this time around, even Vitz onto the Sicilian and Aaron onto the Harris will have to play it safe, and they have to be very wary of those bushes.
Yep, certainly. Hylos is definitely there to check the bush out there. Same with Hilda as well. But you still need to be really safe out because you might just get ambushed any time, and there are a lot of bushes around the map, so you have to go around and check every single bush, even when you are not having a team fight, because a team fight just might erupt from out of nowhere. That is, quite scary given that they have a Luoyi and her diversion. That is why she's getting picked out. But it's gonna be interesting because it is the semifinals. Winner of the semifinals right here will be advancing towards the finals, which is going to be happening right after this best of 3. So as of now, right, Medio is on to the Hilda, which means he is going to be going in the EXP and a Hylos room. So it does work out, and actually it doesn't matter much since even if Hilda is on the EXP, because she does have the rotation speed. So, shouldn't matter much, right?
Yeah, I think that has to be it because he does have the good clearance in comparison to the Phoebus as well. But look at that. There might be something here. A steal onto the lead, the one by the IZN side. It's going to be one gain for them. But a wise rotation coming out from Miro as well, because this is what the Hilda's purpose is going to be. Just try to clear out onto your minions and rotate around the room, rotate around the jungle. as fast as possible. And one thing I'm sure is that for the pathing of respect here onto the Hayabusa, he has been going for this kind of pathing, trying to go start into the red buff and rotate out onto the XP side rather than the gold side. This kind of gave him a little bit of room so that he will be denying this small little creep here to be stolen away from him. And I think Julie also understands that because he's kind of mirroring it. But for him, though, it's gonna be for the top lane side. So definitely respect trying to have the level lead. Meanwhile, Julie as well, I think he also understands. So he's just trying to go and steal out small camps onto the top lane as well. So both of these jungles are gonna be level 4 each, and the turtle will be onto the focus here. Under 9 seconds, it's gonna be spawning away. And already the flow of the rivers has changed, but meanwhile into the mid lane we can see both of the mazes haven't been able to get the level 4 just yet, which already started, but PD is gonna go for the double, trying to get the XP level so as to be on time onto the turtle. So yeah, Jojen with the start, here we go.
Yep, certainly. But top lane out there, Duba being a menace on to Air the Creator dodges out every single bullet of Duba. Does get away. No first blood in their hands. Oh, must be a heart-wrenching moment for Aaron out there because he did not have any HP at all.
Yeah, must be nice, right, to win a lane against Aaron the Creator. So look at that glorious pathway.
Once again, glorious pathway, but respect comes from behind, taking the turtle away with his overshadow kill out there as well. But Sanguine Claws connecting on the PD, which will be the first blood. Will be the first one to take the first blood away towards your side. And Math just giving away.
This is the pressure, right? This is the pressure that the Hilda creates wherever he's going to be put in. But then again, it was a good start. Jojen, we had been saying that Jojen hasn't been known for the initiation. He hasn't been the one to instigate for team fights, but then this time around, he's the one starting it. But look at that, a WWE match onto the bot lane. But yeah, Miriam, the woman here is winning out. She's winning out, not the guys, so you know what I mean. Women empowerment. I'm joking, but yeah, look at that, PD. Oh, not PD, but
Julie out there. Well, the woman is too beefy for him to burst down with his thunders. But as of now, they're shifting onto the top lane, pressure out there, and definitely onto Dua, right? Because he's been being a menace onto Aaron the Creator, and they do need him to get farmed up. So, but out there the media, oh my goodness, this guy is just gonna be going around in the bushes, interrupting any of the farm that Team Math is going for, and it is working out quite well for their side.
And one thing I would like to point out again is that Dubai, able to kite well, so well with this Granger, not in a position where he could get easily caught, and to the extent that he have more gold than Aaron the Creator here onto the Harris and on theory it's supposed to be the Harris who's going to be having a wasted time, but Dubai actually performing so well, trying to stop out and freeze out the minions that Aaron is going to be having, and this might be a lead. But look at that taunt.
Oh, taunt definitely out there. The glorious pathway used up. Oh, bad face as well, but respect once again diving in with his quad shadow, but will be getting out. But oh my goodness, the Inferno Pursuit coming in from your mom as well. But Zoltan is the first one to fall down, followed up by Meteor. That is a double in the hands of Julie. A triple out there, taking out Aaron as well. Respect caught the whole of Aichen caught low and out of manpower, but is he gonna be doing a dive? Kind of looks like it, but no.
No.
Caught up, gets a mega onto Julie. Not a wise choice out there, not a wise choice.
Yep. Oh, okay. Julie with another kill. 5 kills already onto his hands, but Diverson might be going around, but it's lost just for a rotation onto the bot lane. But what a blunder made by Mr. Respect there. Julie is able to farm up quite well now, and he's going to be having all the leads, all the rotations of his world, and he might be able to rotate all over the map, and IZN might not be having the chances to stop him, because we can see onto the bot lane, he is able to secure that turtle. He is able to secure another structure onto the the bot lane with 5 kills already onto his hands. And one thing I would like to point out is that Respect, he did land the quad shadow onto Senju, but Senju perfectly on time was able to flicker away when Respect was trying to dive into him, because of course, obviously, you are the mage, you are the backliners, you are the CC provider, you are gonna be the one who's gonna be the focus by your opponent jungle, and he understands this so well. He flickered out just on time, and Respect was out of quad shadows to land on, and he wasn't able to join the team fight. But look at top lane, there might be a focus.
Focus on to Duba, it seems, but not quite there yet to have the stun, to have him out. So timing is definitely what matters, especially when you're being a mage, because you'll be onto the back line getting marked out, but a diversion onto the top lane might be onto Vitch, but oh, there is 4 people out there. Meteor goes for the charge. There is the Infernal Pursuit, but Meteor is the first one to fall down in the hands of Duba out there. A pretty successful diversion coming in from the side of Team Math, and Thule on the bottom lane just focusing himself out there, but oh, the mid lane structure does look like it's in great danger, but there we go. AOG on the back line, but Duba is the one to fall in the hands of Aaron the Creator. Goes out with his chrono dash, but Julie gets a shutdown in the hands of Witch, and that is score settled out for 1 for 2 trade coming in, but still goal lead in the hands of Team Math.
Oh, diversion!
Oh, once again? Oh my goodness. Team
That was
Math is
close.
just out there.
IZN with the response kind of good, but still, I think Marv still have the upper hand, but the goalie is massively chunked down by IZN. The first build onto the hands of Miro is going to be the Radiant Armor, and I think Radiant Armor works pretty well, much more better than the Athena Seal when you are going against a hero like the Joy or the Loi, because they are continuous damage. They are not that bursty into the early part of this game, and I think this is the reason why he went for it. But then again, we can see that a lot of damage coming out for the side of Team Mouth as well, so he has to hurry and trying to take out all those tanky defensive items as well. But then again, for the side of Julie onto the Joy, he's already gotten the Holy Crystal onto the 8 minutes of this game. This means that he is quite ahead. Not quite ahead, he's very ahead, and that means that he's going to be having the time of his life with the damages, and he can dive in. But look at the Capricious deck, 300 already for Dubai, but look at Diversion. There might be something.
Diversion back line. They get spotted out. Respect is the first one to fall out. It has a Duba. That is a double kill going on to Zolzed and Math. Another successful diversion in their hands, and Lord is out there with the jungler falling from the side of Team IGN. The Lord is gonna be an uncontested one. Quite a great start, quite a head start for Team Muff, and the Loi is definitely doing what she is made for out there. Top lane though, AJ going for a trade, but oh, your mom is there to stop them out.
Yeah, perfectly. Your mom always on time, your mom always on time. So, yep. But Muriel, I think he's going to be drawn away by PD here. I think the focus is definitely going to be onto the top lane for the side of Team Mav. They want that structure. They want to make use of this Lord as much as possible. And the thing is that for this game and this time around, there's so much shine onto your mom. Most of the time, whatever heroes he's been using, he has been the one who was supposedly signing amongst his member. But this time around, I would like to point out that Julie has been performing so well onto the Joy. He was able to kite around all over the map and try to vandalize the map for IZN and painting it all blue. And we can see now a lot of structure falling down for IZN. They have to do the housekeeping. They have the late game heroes. They have the stacks. But look at that dive. But mid lane might be, onto the focus here again. So 2 towers down with just the 8-minute Lord.
Certainly. The objective gameplay is definitely out there for the side of Team Map, and I really like the word vandalize. As you said, Julie is out there. I mean, Speck of Red is almost gone, right? It's only limited onto their inhibitors now, and it's looking quite much 90% towards the side of Team Map, so they have definitely been putting out the pressure for the side of Team IGN. They have not been getting what they are planning to go for. Definitely Meteor has been doing quite well, but there has not been a lot of follow-ups. And Vitch is kind of falling behind on the stacks as well. 10 minutes and 142 does seem quite low, but if which can farm up, I think, to the later phases of the game, IGN should be able to take the win. But for sure, for now, we are not quite sure yet.
Yeah, everything is unsure here for IGN definitely, but Marv, they are sure that they will be able to secure this Lord, the next Lord. That's definitely going to be highly likely for them to take down the inhibitors, the base turrets for the side of IGN here. Already 6k gold into their hands. They are sitting in a position where they can try to go for more damage. Already we can see 9k gold onto the hands of the Grandeur here. Duba winning out onto the lane early on is paying it off
Oh,
well, but look at that. Diversion, they might not commit because Meteor spotted them out, but you know what? I think it's just that with this kind of map that we can see, no turrets falling down for the side of Marv, and they have a Louis. The pressure is gonna be so high for the side of Icy, and they cannot go around to the boosters because they are gonna be having those PTSDs, right? So if I go into this boost, will they be there? Will the diversion be coming to play, and will I be deleted again? Yeah, that has to be it because right now I think Marv are doing really, really good. They are not showing their faces just for the clearance. They are just, trying to bait IGN, they're just trying to make them think that every boost is a red zone. So they have to make some plays out there, but the Lord is already going to be up, and Marv in a special position. They are having the better prepping. Definitely, they are going to be sitting out here.
ah, yes, once again, uncontested Lord, but oh, Mav is planning for
Diversion.
another diversion on the witch flickers out with the Bat Feast out as well, and the Glorious Pathway to slow them down, but Duba out there getting marked by Meteor, goes for the pursuit. Duba is to fall in the hands of Aaron the
Ooh,
Creator, goes for the double, but Meteor falls down, that is a triple for Aaron the Creator out there with the single burst. 1, 2, 3 people down for the side of Team Math at the cost of one person. Looking
one
quite great.
person.
Aaron is definitely looking for the clapback, and he is definitely getting it out as well.
Yeah, this is the spacing that IGN really, really require. But what a good read from Mr. Respect here, the leader of IGN, the brain of IGN, if I would say. And he was reading it well that the diversion is coming out onto the top lane, and he was able to flicker away, and which cost them one life. But for Marv, they do lose down Zuba, the important member, and Julie as well. So this is the spacing that they require, and the stacks are gonna be surely up for bits. Having 140 stacks into the 10 minutes of this game on Assassinian is not the best case scenario. But then again, slowly but surely, if they can try to hold this game, they will be able to farm up because, as we all know, Assassinian is a late game monster. The longer the game goes, the more he's gonna be hurting. The more he's gonna be hurting, the more John potential is gonna be having because they have the better range here. But the thing is, one downside of their pick here is the Hilda, I would say, because the Hilda is mostly, for the early game pokes, right? But now that they are soft, so back, I don't think he have the spacing. I don't think he have the map to maneuver around and try to go for the backline. So he might become, in a bad position. But look at that.
Oh, was it a diversion from the behind? But once
Okay.
again, though, we do see another pursuit. This time on to Aaron the Creator, but your mom is to fall down in their hands. Duba out there, shining his way through.
Oh,
Goes for a triple. Similar scenario, right? Similar scenario like how IGN did in the last fight. So Math did redeem themselves out there with a triple, but never the maniac. But it might just change out there. Aaron and Zoltan are the ones defending the inhibitor as of now, but still quite not there yet for the side of Team Math. Lord, though, this time they might just be able to end with the Lord, but Julie out there with his electrifying beats, trying to burst down Aaron the Creator, but he has been quite careful with every single step that he is taking. But again, PD onto the front line. But Moff is forced to get back down as everyone from the side of Team IGN did spawn back.
They are already up, but what's not up is the mid lane inhibitor. It's gonna be down here. Meanwhile, for the side of Mob, all the structures are still standing still. But look at that, 10k go onto the hands of the Harris already. He's got the Divine Glaives, but we can focus onto the Grandeur here. He's already into the full build, and to the extent that he went for the Blade of Despair, not the Wind of Nature, because he does not think that Respect will be able to take him down because he have chunky members onto the front line, and I think that's a good decision for him at least because he's Mr. Respect here. sir, he's underfarmed. He's very, very underfarmed. He's like, very poor here. So he's not a threat. He's not really a threat for Duba. So I think that's definitely the reason why he's going for those for the rose gold meteor instead of the wind of nature. But the Lord already up. They are Marv are setting up for him. But Muriel, I think we have
Oh,
another play in this.
oh, Hilda trying to give back shot, is it? But no,
Mm.
Julie will be taking the Lord away from the side from IGN. There is a diversion, but
Oh,
Julie onto the back line won't be connecting onto anyone. Julie will be falling down, but oh, with the crown play coming
oh,
in from your mom, but he will be getting taken out in the hands of Vitch out there.
oh,
Duba with his Rhapsody. No, the meteor. Oh my goodness, meteor is getting
oh,
melted outside.
oh no.
Vitch. One person remaining, and Granger is surrounded by three people like a triangle. But oh, it's gold. Still goes for Aaron the
Okay.
Creator. Pops out the immortality gap. He shut down. A full team wipeout coming in from the side of Team Math, just through their gaps away towards the side of Team IGN.
Oh my god, I can hear Vitz ranting free stacks, free stacks, free stacks. Because the lore is the free stacks for him right now, and I can see, unstoppable for Aaron the Creator. I mean, he just got the divine glaive, but it was impeccable performance coming out from him, going for the backline first. But look at that, Julie.
Oh, Julie. Once again, the O caught really low, but Aaron the Creator, oh, ALG won't be connecting on to anyone Zozen out there. But Julie, look at that, look at that.
Oh!
Going after Aaron, but just to give him the monster. And Math just threw their whole game towards the side of Team IGN. And we all know how IGN works. They just need the moment where their team throws their gap away onto their side, and they will be catching it. And that is what they're doing right now.
264 stacks, free stacks. That's it for the Vitch here. If it's a normal Sicilian who hasn't been, soft in, it could have been around 300. But it's definitely good because they were so down behind onto the goal 6k, but now they are already ahead, which means they're gonna be going for the full builds as well. And one thing I would like to also mention is that Duba, while into the team fights that we have seen breaking out, he was hitting, but he was also buying immortality on time. That guy, that was amazing. I forgot to put it on. That was amazing. He was, even though he did fall down, I think trying to go shopping while working. It's just he's just doing it together. What a good decision for him as well. But already full build for Vitch as well. All the DPS are already full build. Meanwhile, the roamers just need one last build. Maybe the immortality might come into play here because the game is going longer than we think right now. Because 18 minutes. This is where IGN's gonna be starting to shine, and we know how much of the damage that Vitch already produced. He's always gonna be shooting down, hitting like a truck. The Lord is gonna be up in less than 10 seconds now, and we're gonna be seeing both of these teams trying to set for it. And look at the position here. But I do really think that Marv does have the upper lead, right? Because they have the diversion.
Yep. Yeah, they do have the diversion, but I won't mind the truck hitting me if the truck is Hilda. But out here, as of now, Lord is definitely an enhanced one. So both the teams are definitely looking for a fight around the Lord. The positioning is definitely there, but not quite there yet because none of them can start the Lord without taking at least 1 or 2 members of their opponent down. Although PD does start the Lord, goes for the baiting away Team IGN, but there we go, reset coming in. So yeah, we might just see a team fight out here before the Lord, but Medio, if we look at the positioning of Medio and Respect, ready to ambush their way from behind, give the back shots, but oh, there we go, Shenzhou goes for the diversion on which instead might be going for the base this time because the minions are in the inhibitor, just threw away the whole expectations of Team IGN as Team Map are gonna be forcing out a team fight from Team IGN out there, glorious pathway, but your mom is falling down from the side of Team, towards the side of Team IGN, giving a killing spree onto Vitch. Oh, we definitely would have expected that team fight, but IGN did win that out.
Yeah, they did win that out, but the slurpers right into the bot lane just worked really, really well for Marv here. They were trying to look for a fighter and they were trying to make the wave settle down a bit when there is a perfect timing. So this does give them a little bit of a release
Oh,
right now. But I
no. No. Me out there though. Gonna be falling out. Julie just swapped for the immortality, but right now IGN is definitely having their domination around the Lord. Emaf not able to do anything. Duba. Okay, out there trying to snipe the Lord, but no. He will be failing it out. And as of now, Lord did go into the side of Team IGN. Now Maf just threw away a winning game on towards the side of Team IGN. What will they be? What will
yeah,
their backup plan be? Because I don't think they have any as of now. And it is also an enhanced Lord coming in towards the side, so they definitely need to watch out for the Lord. Need to watch out for and the Creator out as well. Same time, watch out for Witch as well,
yeah.
because both of them are gonna be the ones hitting them out like a truck, and they're quite squishy, especially Duba out there. But there we go, base. Inside the inhibitor, Lord is definitely out there. Respect going for your mom.
Oh,
Out frozen,
no.
right on time, but a legendary on to the Aaron the Creator out there. PD is to fall down in the hands of which goes for the Mega. That is a double triple in the hands
Oh,
of Aaron. Might be going for a Maniac, but no, Respect will
oh
be going, and that is a full team wipe out. Coming in, a reverse sweep from the side of Team
no.
IGN, and they take the first match of this best of 3 series.
That was perfect for Izzy and a perfect gameplay. A well and good read onto the map as well. And I would say it wasn't even a mistake from the side of Mal because yeah, they were perfectly, setting up to take down the Sicilian bitch here onto the perfect position as well. But with a good read, trying to flicker away. He had the flicker on time and the Winter Crown as well, if they have been having a danger. But then again, he popped back right on time, right on the movement, right on the required amount of time, and I then were able to trade it to the best of the best, and they were able to finally found their spacing and taking the lot, which took 3 minutes, I would say. The Evolved Lord, it spawned at 18, right? But the
Yep.
Lord dance was so long. They were trying to sing in into the waves. They were trying to match out the waves as well, which Marv had the control over. They had the
Mm-hmm.
control onto the map, but they decided they won one blood before that, but that cost them this game.
Yep, certainly out there. I think where Marv made a mistake was when after they, finished out the whole map, just leaving out the inhibitors. I think they kind of threw around that game, right? Giving out the triple on to Aaron most, I think 2 of the times, but Duo was there to save the day, but still it was
Mm-hmm.
not enough. They were just engaging out there underestimating IGN and their farm. Yes, Respect did not have much of the farm, but Aaron was just quietly out there farming his way, and Vich as well. And can't forget the frontliners, right? Mirio has been out there
Mm-hmm.
zoning Team Math from the start of the game. And Zozen out there as well. He both of them, Mirio and Zozen, they are the sandbags. So of course they had to be more careful, but Julie as well. He was quite impatient, diving around the
Mm.
between 4 people. So I think they kind of need to have a little bit more patience to, at least not give out a winning game towards the side of Team IGN.
Yeah, that has to be it. They have to be a little bit disciplined, and I think for Marv, they really, really did well into the early part of this game because I'd like to mention that Duba was able to win out onto the lane as well, even though Aaron the Creator with the sidestep was able to survive a little bit. But we can see into the goal as well. Duba was having the lead of this world, but then again, we have Julie onto the Joy as well. He was doing so well, just diving around the map, and you know like I said, vandalizing everything. But then again, it's just dependent onto the lead much for them, but they can put out something that your mom can utilize on. They can be a showstopper. They deemed Aaron the Creator more worthy to have a counter pick for them, so they decided to go for it. And to the point that they were the one banning out the CC as well, and I would have thought that IZN will be the one banning out the CC, so it made the job easier for IZN. But Marv, I think this time around they're still sticking to the Granger. I think Duba is really, really good on the Granger. Oh my god, despite the lose that they had suffered, I think he was performing so well onto the Granger. So yeah, go for it again. This is what they are saying, even the forwards too. So I depend not much.
So we will be expecting immense amount of heals from our
Mm-hmm,
Zozer, but
mm-hmm.
for Math though, they can definitely dive onto the back line, mark out the Florian at least because she's gonna be quite the hard thing to deal with.
Yeah, I think I'm just curious to play flabbergasted, by that there is coming into play onto media as well. But look at the teams up into the heroes, right? They pick up, they took away the respects of Hayabusa and which Cecilian again. So Math this time around, they are trying to go for the late game potential as well, but we're gonna be seeing what they have to do with this kind of lineup because for IZN they have a heal, they have peel, they have range, and they do also have a set. So early game is where IGN is going to be signing, but for Marv, late game is where they want to be stealing the souls. They have do bound to the golem, which he's becoming more and more trustable. So let's see what they can do here.
Yep, certainly a game point for Math this time. And well, oh well, this is gonna be the second match. So as of now, right, the only thing I can speak about is that Team Math they get to what they lost in the first match because it was just it was just like a fish that slipped on from your hands while you were catching it, right? Because you're
Right.
you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
well, as of now, though, I just hope Team Math, they have their positioning out well because they are quite the late game, quite the late game heroes that they have. Early game they do have the Hayabusa, but he does need to have quite his stacks and quite one or two items at least. So they still need to play it out well, stack up, like how IGN did last time. Apply the same formula as IGN and just wait it out. But as of now, Team IGN out there. Oh, look at PD out there though on Ticket Kata just fumbling around the map, providing the visions.
Yeah, this is what he has been doing to the first game also, but this time around, I think he has to be a little bit careful because it is not an assassin jungle onto the opponents, and it is a Lucas jungle who's gonna be so chunky and tanky as well with a lot of damage too into the early game, and he does have a healer, a Pookie Josen here, so definitely he's playing a little bit safer than he did into the previous game, and a very good decision for him as well. But then again, look at that bitch, might be caught in the pickle, able to fly away. This is the power of the first caught in a bad position, just purify, just fly away. But this time he opts to go for the flicker, so fly away with the book. I don't think he's using the book just yet, but the turtle is gonna be up, yeah. It's gonna be up in 10 seconds, but look at that, respect.
Yep, respect on to yo mom this time because last match your mom was being the trouble of was the side of Team IGN, but yeah, definitely focuses on towards the EXP quite heavy because Medio just picked up his Tersla.
Yeah.
But as of now, the guy with the statue might be just hitting hard because the turtle just started respect on his way, definitely there.
Ooh.
Oh, 4 versus 4 coming out. There we go. The airstrike coming. Beast form popped out as well. Takes the turtle away, but will be giving out the first blood onto the side of Team Math. And AOG connecting on the backline as well. Medio caught low, but gets taken down in the hands of Duba right there. Okay, I was hoping that would rhyme, but it did not. But
yeah, it almost.
Pops out the Chrono Dash and the Zaban Force as well, but Sanglagos gets caught up, but okay, he will be getting back safe and sound.
Safe and sound as it is, but Duba, I think it was a very, very wide rotation coming out from him as well, taking a kill on top of that. So if you do not get a kill when you rotate this far, it's definitely going to be not worth it. But this time around, I think Aaron the Creator is able to win out onto the lanes to the point that he is able to freeze it as well. But I think that Turtle Pit fight, Miro with the flicker penalty zone, this guy, he's always making for this set onto the Terizla, and he's known for that as well. And it was a good set that make them able to start for the fight as well, but onto the top lane and they might be a focus. Look at that.
Yep, Aaron is getting marked out. There comes a heal from Florin. Aaron is definitely unfazed, unharmed from Julie because the Hayabusa is not dishing out any amount of damage and he does need his farm, and given that their neutral objectives when on the side of Team IGN is quite something that they need to be sad about, but they do have all the creeps around the map, so they can still farm out. But Aaron the Creator, he's just out there. He's not even recalling at all. The amount of confidence in this guy onto Zozen as well, but AOG coming in gets caught up, but Aaron the Creator flickers out. Hey, does get away from that onslaught. Math once again a failed gang onto the top lane.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. I thought it was something of a transition there. I thought he was using the dashers, but it was actually the flicker. So, but the turtle is already up to respect, trying to set for it. He's gonna be a level ahead. Wait, no, look at that.
Oh, respect once again goes for the turtle, gets him out. Oh, onto Yo Mom this time. Yo Mom caught with got with absolutely nothing. Sorry about the stammering because it's just too overwhelming for me as of now. But PD gets taken down in the hands of which IGN settling the score for 2-4-2 and a goal lead as well. But it did get evened out once again. So both the teams, they have been playing it out safe. They have been finding the equal objectives as well. And with that, it is gonna be more head-on-head matches.
Yep, head-on-head matches as well, because I think Lucas, he's going for the damage, but look at that. Your mom?
Your mom out there zoning him out, but Alan the Great, oh my goodness, he does not have his mana, right? But if he had, I'm 70% sure he would have gone for another engage. But as of now, once again, similar situation coming in this time though. There is a 4 people onto the top lane, but Aaron the Creator, oh my goodness, once again gets inside with his man force. Oh, Shenzu as well. It's popping out his bass fees onto Aaron the Creator, desperate to get them out. Aaron does get him out, but your mom is to fall down in the hands of Aaron the Creator. Once again, respect his black Sengan did not hit on point, but Shenzu gets taken out in the hands of Terisla. Medio, or rather Dirio, is to fall down in the hands of in the hands while zoning them out. But overall, I think a really great engage. Still though, Maf does have the upper hand.
Yep, Marth with the kill lead, they're definitely having it. And if we talk about economy-wise, they did have a around 800, but it's actually very average. But look at the rotation coming through for the goal laners. They are able to meet around all over the map. But Duba with the poke, I think it was a good read for Aaron the Creator to dive in back again, because he was healed up with the bloom. But the follow-up was quite late, and they were able to trade it out. Muriel falling down again, but the turtle is oh, look at that!
Oh, Turtle, it has a Muriel this time. And once again, Vitch gets bursted out in the hands of Julie right there with his Soul Shadow kill. But respect, he does not have the mobility, so he will be just out there like a lion who just got outrun by his prey. But oh, there we go. Your mom once again, just engaging more and more with the LG as well, but Duba.
Ooh,
Solo kill for Aaron the Creator out there, while Team Math is just invading the purple buff of Team IGN. Might be another team fight, because we did see a feathered airstrike getting used up from the side of Team IGN, which out there resources got used up, but still it is really good because no casualties did happen for both the teams.
Yeah, that was a good solo kill landed by Aaron the Creator here against Duba. I think it was, just a redemption arc that he did into the first game where he was losing out onto the lane. And I think this is one of the upper hand, the advantage for IZN. Even though they lose out onto the fights that they had, they won into the 1v1 situation, especially Harris against a Grander. That means that he's going to be having a lead, a perfect time with the builds as well. So then they have a person to work around with. Even if they have 3 that's on Muriel, he did steal out the turtle, so he might make it up for that. Or maybe, he's waiting for the flicker penalty. Jones again trying to set up for the teams, because this guy is playing like the sandbag, the main setter, because they have the Florian. But look at the dive coming through.
The heals that we were talking about. Oh my goodness, flicker out coming in from Muriel. It gets caught. Respect. But Muriel will be getting taken down. Out there, AOG onto the back line, but PD just jumped right in the mouth of the lion. Out there, Muriel with the pursuit coming in, might be giving the triple kill on to Respect, and Senju and Duba are the only ones remaining to in their own team. But oh my goodness, that was a really good engage coming in from the side of Team IGN, and they can definitely go for the Lord uncontested.
Definitely, but they have to farm a little bit because their HPs are quite low. And one thing I'm sure is that, video on the Terisla, I think I will die trying. I will die setting for the teams. And, with the cleanups that's coming out from his team, he does not hesitate, right, does he? He's just going for the flicker, penalty Jones, time and again, catching out the Imperial members and waiting for his team to try to clean it up, and his team not even letting him down, just did what they were made to do. And I think it's really, really commendable why he was, considered a Terisla one trick as well. But the Lord is already up, and look at the position of Julie and PD here. They're trying to look for some kind of flank, but I think it's gonna be spotted out by Jordan here. Maybe they can try to look for this burst again.
Guy with the statue hitting really hard, right? But as of now, your mom, his Inferno Pursuit, gets a flicker out too early, premature, but the heal is there from Florine. Pookie, but Duba gets the Lord in his hands, gets Aaron the Creator out there as well. Arjun is forced back on to their own side. But oh my goodness, double kill coming in for Duba. Gets a shutdown on to Respect as well. Now a game changer for the side of Team Math with the Lord in their hands. And three members of
Wow.
Team IGN falling down as well. But oh my goodness. Math
What are these
just
goal
did
laners made
a
of?
whole they just did a whole 180 onto IGN this time.
Yeah, same story, but different teams and different colors. So definitely the Lord advantage is for Marv here. They can try to look for some kind of inhibitors, but can they get the inhibitors? Yeah, they can try to focus on it because the holy defense has already been popped out. The top lane will be definitely taken by the Lord. So I think for Marv they will be able to focus on 3 turrets here. A very good advantage that they're going to be finding now. The benefit of the Lord when you have all the lanes pushing in is that you'll be able to take and focus down onto all the turrets that you're gonna be seeing. And these times, it's commendable for Marv to be able to try to go for the kills and the Lord as well. But look at that top lane, your mom, he's hovering around.
Hovering around on top of you. But oh, the inhibitor is definitely intact for the side of Team IGN, but not sure for how long though, because Team Map they are definitely putting more and more pressure onto their side, especially Duba on that Granger. Look at that! Look at the mango. But Aaron the
Okay.
Creator is the first one to fall in this dire situation against Team Math, and with the super elite minion spawning, Aizen is gonna be having it hard, but AOG connecting onto Florin this time. Zozen gets caught up in the hands of Duba, gets a killing spree in their hands. Math might just have their chance of comeback, and oh, there we go. 2 people remaining to defend, but oh, your mom gets taken down in the hands of Beach out there. But oh, respect, trying to go for Duba, but gets the unstoppable in his hands. Julie out there with the minions spawning in more and more. Okay. Aaron is just. They did have a time for breather once again, as Mav is forced to back down.
Yeah, I want to know the stacks of Dubai here because it's already 12 seconds, I mean 12 minutes, and as well as for Chenju onto the Sicilians, but we have to see what they're when it's stacking out because okay, 550 onto the Capriccio and 50 stacks onto the Sky Piercer as well. He was able, no wonder he was able to burst down a funky beast when there was a lot of fire, and I don't think even Respect was anticipating that. But look at that, 253 stacks onto the hands of the Sicilian here. I think this Sicilian is having the better time in comparison to the previous Sicilian. So we have to see. This is a normal Sicilian that we're seeing with good stacks. So okay, with the blue buff on top of that, he's gonna be hurting quite well. Already almost full build for Duba. He's definitely going to go for the same build pathing as well for the Blade of Despair, maybe, possibly. It's very costly, but then again, we have headed onto the Holy Crystal. But look at that fight.
Once again, fight popping out, but oh, Zozen gets taken out and has Yo Mom out there. Monster for Duba gets a double in his hands. 4 people down. Respect is the only one remaining. Pretty sure he won't be able to defend the base, but oh my goodness. Math just got the comeback, and they are definitely in for the third match against Team IGN. What a 180-degree turn for the side of Team Math. We can all agree that Granger was a playmaker here.
Granger, I think he's coming online with that amount of damage. Of course, you're gonna be bursting a beast. What is a wolf when you have a man with a gun? That has to be that. And this is, a turntable. He did lose under the 1v1 situation, but in team fights he's been shining quite a lot, and he was able to burst down the frontliners, the packliners as well. The heal coming through from Josen wasn't enough to heal them through all of those shots that Marv, whoever they had, were making. And you look at that. No wonder Zenjo, his Shenju has only 1 death in this game, which means that he's gonna be stacking quite a lot. And I think they took a shorter than Aizen take into the Sicilian. So one thing I'm pretty sure, whoever gets this Sicilian, forget about the Hayabusa because Hayabusa is high mechanism because the Sicilian is much more important to the late game, right? And whoever gets the Sicilian wins the game. So Aizen I think they know what they're gonna be doing. Unfortunately for Mr. Meteor here, his history's life is not gonna be working this time around. A failed debut. Maybe this time around he'll be picking it up as well, but maybe with another tanky frontliner onto the hands of Josen too.
Oh, yep, certainly. Well, we gotta commend his flicker penalty zone, right? That one moment where every one of us went crazy. It was just too good. But I feel like he got a little nerfed from Team IGN because there was not a good follow up from their
Mm.
side. And aside from Mirio, just out there providing the zoning from the from his own side. IGN, I don't think they were quite that much aggressive. Respect out there definitely lacked a bit as well, given that he is on to the Lucas. We did not see him engaging much. We did not see him much out there present in the battlefield, much online. But Aaron the Creator, once again, I would say he did well, but not like the last match that we saw where he got that triple, where his positioning was really great. But always a chance of comeback as they are gonna be heading on for a best of three. This is the third match, so never a boring match when when the third match pops out. But I would say the players are also making it interesting for us because they're just giving us
Mm.
more and more time to talk about it.
Yeah, more time to talk about it. And this time around, I think a field debut might be it, but I think it's gonna be Cecilian is gonna be prioritized. It's either gonna be banned or is it either gonna be picked. That has to be a trade we're willing to see because Marv right now to the first pick, so they're gonna be banning away the Fanny again. The bans are pretty consistent, but with IGN go for the Joy ban too because I think Julie is so comfortable onto that hero, but they can trade away with the Matilda as well. So the Matilda taken away right now with the Hylos to Moth. They don't want this Hylos for themselves, is it?
Yep, certainly. I mean, Hylos has been, out there, present in the game, but I think they just had enough of the Hylos because, sure, we would like to pop out a force out a team fight with this glorious pathway, but he's just too tanky. He's just too tanky that they just want more and more trill onto their game, at least in the life of this game
Mm.
right now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely might be, I don't know, kind of smelling a Khalid out there, but still, we gotta see, we gotta see. Although yes, as you said, the Joy and the Fanny out for both the respect. Cool, but oh,
Oh, there we
Mirio,
go. Media.
finally Mirio getting the phobias for himself. And the answer to the bat or butterfly is definitely a butterfly out there for the side of Team IGN.
Butterfly, but no Sicilian just yet. IGM still prioritizing onto this Zeus in here. Very understandable because Marv Julie already picked out the Lucas, which is a tanky frontliner. He can try to displace him as much as possible, but for a combination, they do need to have the sustain, not the healer right now, because I don't think Phobius is that much of a frontliner because he does need a setter if he wants to be the tempo breaker. But Marv here, they have options, and Duba, third game in a row, he's still going for the Grander with a good win rate as well. But look at that, another set for Marv. This is gonna be a heavy component of heavy set of heavy damage. The Badang coming into play, but still a flex fit.
More mobility for the site.
That's it. That's
Irithel
it.
rarely picked by Aaron the Creator, but still against a Granger works out magically, quite greatly. And there we go. The Badang is onto the roam with your mom on Uranus this time. One of his signature picks, one which got every single one of us, quite crazy about Uranus because Uranus, honestly speaking, he's not even the meta. He's not even in the meta. But your mom and his Uranus. Yeah, it's definitely out there.
Yeah, a joke about Uranus is that he's gonna be solo, and when you're chasing him and he's going into the boss, he comes out with a full HP as if the Florian has killed him. That's the power of the concentration onto the Uranus. So I think Mob had it all going on for them, but we cannot forget that ICN they have a Juicin who does well onto the frontliners, onto the tanky frontliners, as well as the trio. He deals an HP based damage, and he has a lot of mobility as well, and the purification skill. But then again, we cannot forget the nerf that he received is just onto the magic defense, not the physical defense. So he still works out. So let's see if Mars will be able to maneuver around the map with this kind of play style for Aizen, which is still heavily composed onto the metro gameplay. But for Mars also, they have a lot of chunky right?
Yep, certainly out there. It is a do or die situation for both the teams as we are speaking. This is the third match and the decider match for both the teams to go towards the finals, lower bracket finals, which is going to be happening right after this match against Team Zohan. So they gotta give it all out for themselves. But as of now, Julie, the guy who uses assassins the most, is on Lucas this time, proving to show Team IGN how a Lucas is played out. Saying with respect as well, but yo mom out there just casually swinging around with his Uranus cutting the lanes out. But PD just caught really low with the lantern as well. But oh, Vich is definitely out of his range as of now.
Yeah, I think this time around, a lot of mobility for the side of Amal here. But look at the start coming in. It's just that Bit is going to be having a greater time against Frontliners here that Amal have. But for the early game, the priority is definitely going to be for the side of IGN. But Yamal with a great reputation, he does have a better clearance as well as the better laning phase. So let's see how they're going to be setting up here because all the buffs are taken and the turtle might be spawning here and it will be onto the focus of one of the teams here.
Yep, definitely. And we do see Duba is currently struggling. Same with Irital as well. Both of them are just going on a 1v1 head-on situation for for both of them. But as of now, we Deucey focus is on to the top lane. Once again, Chip out there, teleports out onto Yomon with his Uranus. Might be gone. Oh, there we go. First blood in the hands of Respect this time. Snipe coming in from Sunju as well, but oh well. EXP down for the side of Team Math right before the turtle, but once again, Respect might be caught low as Julie does pop out his beast form, goes for the Rasengan onto Mirio, pops out the Revitalize, but gets another kill onto Julie. Respect out there getting his early game snowball. That is definitely necessary for his yo around the turtle as well. Zozen definitely doing his best at zoning everyone out, even yo mom. Same with Medio. And the turtle just uncontested going onto the side of Team IGN. Still though, bottom lane, Eren the Creator might be marked out as PD. Definitely they're knocking back Zozan with his fist. A lot of fisting might be coming onto the play as we see PD pick up the Badang. Definitely doing quite a great job with rotating around the map as well. But right now, PD does not have his level 4 compared to Zozan, which is the roamer. So might be a trouble. But out there is a fist wall from PD, the Astral Echo from Sanju as well, but would not be missing, would be missing the snipe onto himself. Julie did win out the cabbage out there, but nothing to worry about. But as of now, top lane, a 1 versus 1 situation going against Mirio and Yomom all together. But still, no casualties for both teams so far. IGN has been playing it out really safe, has been quite consistent around the map, having the aggression that they need. But Duba, oh my goodness, killing spree for Respect right there. Eren the Creator does fall down in the hands of Julie. There goes another team fight happening out. Your mom is definitely there as well And that is 2 people down for the cost of 1 for the side of Team IGN. But Respect does go for another Mega. Zozen caught low as well. Shenzu on the warrior not being able to do much as of now. And it is looking quite good for the side of Team IGN, unless your mom gets caught up once again. But no, he will be getting away with the lantern in their hands. Still, turtle, second turtle in towards the top lane. Both the teams might be looking for another fight as we speak. The turtle soup, both the teams wanting to drink it as of now. But right now, though, Julie out there going for the turtle. Mirio is definitely signing the turtle onto his side, but as both the teams assemble around the turtle, there might be another team fight, but still, Zozen another trying his best, but Respect does take the turtle in his hand. Shot gets popped out. There is a lantern coming in from Witch as well. The beast form getting used up, but oh, shut down onto Respect, but Video does cancel it out as he does take one more kill. IGN just out there dominating the whole map as of now, and your mom caught with the lantern coming in from Veach might be falling down, but oh, right on time as Veach did not have his mana out there. But oh, once again, a solo kill for Aaron the Creator onto Duba, definitely suppressing him and his Granger this time towards their side, because Granger, last 2 matches, he has been quite the playmaker, but as we speak as of now, Irithel does have his house calls onto his hands, and a lot of anti-heals are definitely popping out because they do have a Phobius onto their side, same with a Zushin, so it is gonna be quite good if both the teams does get the anti-heals, but oh, once again, another solo kill coming in, but oh, there we go, a pause from either of the teams because we need to ensure how a really good environment for both the teams. But while we do have the pause, right, if we talk about the team composition, Team IGN, they do have quite the pop out and stun aggressive combo because of Zozen onto Chip. But can't forget about Math as well. They do have quite the aggressive combo because Julie is there. Your mom will definitely have a lot of sustain once he reaches the mid to late phases of the game. And Duba out there as well with the more stacks he gets, the better he will be. So he still needs to be patient out there. But Julie getting caught up by 3 people. Medio trying to go for an engage. Aaron is out there as well. But it does seem like the mid lane structure will be down for their side. PD, okay, forced to flicker out from in the hands of Respect, forces out the retribution as well, but another team fight erupted as Chip goes for the shotgun in his hands. Julie once again caught low, gets caught up in the hands of Witch, gets taken down. Shenzu not being able to do anything because he does not have the magic output that most of the mages have, and the warrior is just usually used for the vision. And as of now, once again, Turtle on the top lane might be uncontested for the side of Team IGN. This time, Astral Echo coming in, the hitbox capacity definitely increased, and Granger using it up to his full potential, but nowhere near the Turtle for the side of Team Math, and it is not looking great because they have been pressurized ever since the start of the game, with Respect getting more of his early game snowball that is needed. But Medio out there trying to engage in around the orange buff so that they can disrupt more farm for the side of Team Math. But as we are talking, Respect does go for the turret, might be unaware of the fact that there are 4 people chasing after him. There we go, Julie out there with his beast form. Rasengan pops out as well, but Respect gets away as he is quite slippery like the guy he is, and the Suyu that he's happening that he does have his hands on quite the mastery. But once again, PD falls down in the hands of Zushi out there, Medio, the guy who needs to fall down for his team to rise up. Definitely a team player for the side. And Debbie, just look at the amount of engage that Team IGN is popping out for the side because they did get the early game snowball, right?
Yeah, well, the steal for Zenju right there onto the blue buff was perfect. I can see the snipe, but look at that, a lot of potential coming out for the side of IG, and they were able to maneuver around the map so well in comparison to the first game that they played. This is so good because for Respect now, he's got all the kills into the row, and he's gonna be having all the damage that he's gonna be needing. And we have mentioned that Suyo is XP based damage, and whenever he got the damage with the true damage as well with the War X on top, then he's gonna be having the healing. He's gonna be having the burst as well. So definitely a good start for the side of a team IGN. They are all red. They are taking out all the structures, and they will be able to make a set because Dozen is onto the tip, and he will be able to use the shortcuts wherever he's gonna be finding places.
Certainly wherever he's gonna be finding the paces. But as we speak, PD, he did not have much of an opportunity to fish around IGN. And it is definitely catching up to them because they have not been getting the engage that they need, right? With the amount of pressure that IGN is providing onto the side of Team MAF. Once again, the neutral objective secured by IGN. Respect out there just sniping with his big arrow in his hands, just out there. Julie can't really do much as of now because he does not have quite the farm compared to Respect, at least. And Irithel is on his way to build the 4th item, while Granger is stuck at 3. Now, in this case, building up a Sky Piercer with the immense amount of pressure that IGN is providing, do you think Duba could have gone for another item, maybe?
Yeah, I think it could have worked better if he went for the Sea Halberd, but then again, I think it's just that he have the Sky Piercer is much less costlier than any other item, so he does see the damage on top of that. So definitely, this is why he's gonna be going for it. But like you mentioned, I do really think that it's kind of unnecessary. But then again, we can see the top lane is onto the filters here. The holy healing, the holy seal is already broken by IGN. They can dive in right here.
Yep, they can definitely dive in, and with the help of Lord as well. That is a 6 versus 5 situation for the side of Team. But yes, the Lord does get taken down as it is not enhanced yet, so quite easily. But Reach out there being alone, followed up by Medio. Respect they're in the back as well. So it has been quite good as Team IGN did pop out the top lane inhibitor. So more and more pressure applied towards the side of Team MAF. At this point, they're just getting cooked inside a freaking pressure cooker, just getting all the whistles out. Apparently, 11 times the whistle is out, but well, the map is looking really red this time, Debbie.
Yeah, red is all, and it's IGN's marks that we're seeing. And 342 onto the Capriccio stack. I think Duba hasn't been performing so well. 3 deaths already, which means that he's not going to be taking, and a lot of freeze coming out for the side of IGN as well. It's not stopping, but look at Shortcut.
Shortcut gets used up. Oh, Frozen! Really on time, but no, Duba takes his kill onto Zozen out there. But more engage coming in as Julie pops out his beast form. Goes for Meteor this time, definitely zoning out, but Duba does get his kill. But PD gets caught up in amongst the chaos. Your mom caught really low as well, but Julie out there. Double kill for another creator. That is a double with the minion pouring in towards the side. They can definitely go for the end with 2 people remaining to defend the base, but Shenju trying his best to clear out the minions, and with Novaria, I think the lane clearing capacity is definitely there. But quite a win-win situation for Team IGN because they can definitely go for the Lord while Team MAF is busy defending the base.
And 9k gold lead already into the hands of IGN, but they're going to be farming out and around the Cater. I think this time around he's really feeling it with the Irithel, always diving in, diving out, going for the kills as well. He doesn't need for his team to dispatch too. So a good grid
for them as well. But IGN, they are trying to sing on to the minions here, trying to wait out onto the Lord, which is going to be spawning as about now onto the top lane because it's the lane which is open. The inhibitor is gone, so they can definitely use this Lord to try to take down the other remaining base turrets for IZN. But Marth, they do have to clear it out, but they do not have the best clearing. But Duba is already getting all the damage that he needed. Maybe they can use it to their full advantage. But then again, he's always gonna be focused, and they have to look away for Josen's sword fight as well.
Definitely Lord in the base of Team Math this time as the Astral Echo connects. Aaron the Creator destroying the inhibitor out there. Base is wide open, but Math does manage to take out the Lord once again on towards their side. But Yo Mom out there caught up by Vich, uses his ult to get away, purify all debuffs out applied for him. But more, still a lot of pressure for the side of Team Math, as IGN is definitely hovering around, at least around their inhibitor turret area, so that they are just getting choked down more and more, and maybe look for an opportunity to end the game once and for all. But Math is also holding their ground quite well, getting all the minions out, whichever enters around their base, trying their best to stay in this game, at least desperately out there, and it is proving out quite well. But Duba might just do some magic, but I don't know though, he just needs one moment of that.
Yeah, he have to do something here, and I think Marv also understood that Dubai is their main win condition, and if he farms up and he have the spacing, he's gonna be the one who's gonna be their leader, who's gonna be leading them to the win, which they require so much. But the thing IGN did is that they are just facing onto the map. They're facing onto the goal because they do know that Dubai is gonna be needing all to those stacks, and they do not want to give it to him as well. And they want him to walk out of the map, to walk out far from the base so that they will be catching him. But look at their position. So this is, a little bit of a waste of time for Duba because he will not be having the stacks, he will not be having the goal, and he wants the goal, so they have to be careful. Look at that, just one wave that he's gonna be getting as of now, and the position of Josen is that he just trying to wait out onto the whoever is trying to check onto those onto that bot lane turret, and they can try to look for a flank. Then it's a very good decision too. The Lord is gonna be up under 5 seconds, and I think IGN they have it pressured for them.
Oh, still though, Math, they crawled out of their shell this time, finding the bravery that they need, but might be just choked down once again as a team fight erupts onto the back line, onto the bottom lane. Julie is the first one to get taken down from the side of Team IG, and that is a monster for Aaron the Creator. Out there, two people down for their side. Yo Mom caught by Mirio. That is three. For the side of Team Math, it is a end game situation. But
Okay.
Edie fisting out there, but base is wide open. Aaron is just going around the base to pop it out. And we got our answer, Debbie. The team which is going to be fighting off in these lower bracket finals against Team Zohunt is none other than Team IGN.
IGN are gonna be going up against Johan into the next round, and we're gonna be seeing the finals of the lower brackets is gonna be going against the finals. The upper finalist is gonna be the ET that they're gonna be facing after Johan versus IGN is happening. So let's see what they can do here. But look at that, the screen. Onto the screen we have the results as respect. He cooks or get cooked, right, this guy? Because he's cooking definitely onto this CEO, and I've been manifesting for him to pick up the CEO, and finally when he got the hero, he's able to kite around with it, he's able to use it to the full potential, and he's been so good onto it as well. And I think this has to be the best game that Respect has been playing. So much defenses, so much damages that he's been dealing, so aggressive as well, and his passing have been very very calculative too. So, and I think he needs to play more of this, and look at that, and no wonder he's got 30% damage onto it as well. And yeah, he takes the crown this game though. Dozen with the perfect set, of course his teamwork is fine, but respect, with all the respect games that we have seen, this is one of the best that I've seen so far.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. Out of all the respect games that we see, this is definitely one of the best, I would say, for the first match as well, because respect has been quite consistent. He did not give up yet, but for the side of Team Math, right, their composition did not work out quite well. I think they definitely needed someone who had more of a crowd control skill, at least for the mage, because Navaria, yes, there is a chip, you need to check around the bushes, but you could have gone for maybe a good a good mage, right, aside from Navaria, a good CC mage, because you were quite lacking around the whole team set composition as well. You were not able to provide the magic damage that your team needed. And as a mage, I think your best thing to do is to support. And Novaria, as of now, she does provide a lot of hitbox capacity with the Granger as well. But, well, I don't know, Debbie. The drop did not sit quite right with me, at least. Well, as we wait for Debbie out there, if we talk about the previous matches, that was the best of three, and we still have a best of five that is coming up. It is gonna be the winners of this match, that is Team IGN going up against Team Zohunt. So definitely expect some Zofate arise from our casters, our next casters, but still gonna be quite an interesting match. Don't you say, Debbie?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting because yeah, best of five series and IGN versus Johan. Who wouldn't want to see that, right? No rest for IGN, but Johan already in right in the corner trying to match up with you, trying to go against them. So you know what? I really, really want to work out or next caster. So best of five, let's go. 5 games. What are you betting on though?
Oh. I don't know. Zoant, 3-1,
Oh,
maybe.
Johan.
3-1,
Yeah,
maybe.
actually,
I'm all in
even
for Zofate Rice. I'm all in for Zofate
Johan.
Rice.
The thing is, I am banned. I am banned to predict for these two teams. They don't want me predicting for them, so I'm
Oh my.
sorry. I won't be predicting. I'm just saying whoever wins takes the wins because it's gonna be ET. They're gonna be facing next, right?
Yep, certainly will be there for ET as well. I mean, if even if either of the team comes out right, the ultimate is just gonna be quite how we expect for almost all the tournaments out as well. Because let's be honest, all the three teams they're quite the winners, as they made it out quite far around this whole Nerd 2.0 championship tournament, and it has been quite pleasure to see them in the match as well, caster match as well, because they have provided nothing but a lot of interesting moments for us, and all just always there for all the teams.
Yeah. It was it was fun going for this semifinals into the lower brackets, but it will be more fun for the finals. So we are gonna be waiting for them to come around. Let's give some refreshment time for IZN as well because Johan are all ready. So that's it for me and Jay will be shining off. Or do you have something more to say?
Ah, well, all I can say is just stay hydrated, eat your food. I'm definitely gonna eat my food after this as well. But don't worry, I'm not eyeing anyone's food. But yeah, because I can't see it literally on from my screen. But well, yeah, we'll be taking a short break and hope to see you in the next Best of Five series as well.
Definitely. One-sided things are not fun to watch at all. We do like some action to be taking place tonight, of course, because is the final spot. Eliminators are already up there, securing the place in the finals. Meanwhile, Zohunt, they did lose out, and that's the reason why they're behind right now. And that to a 3-0 clean sweep, if you remember, guys. So things did not really look good in the first match between Eliminators and Zohan, but right now Zohan can take the chance of getting their revenge if they defeat IGN tonight. But will that happen? We're already into the draft section, and the draft, of course, IGN on the blue side, Zohan on the red side. What do you think might be some probable first picks here, Bolty?
The first pick that came into my mind was, of course, that first ban on the side of IGN. But this time, IGN is not going to be giving Dusty his frets, right? Like, that's what he ate for breakfast, 3 MOBA Zanes, right? So, yeah, man, they're not going to be giving him hit. Even though Pedrin is not usually meta before, Justy has been playing that and making it work out. So this guy is something to be denied of. And of course, you got to deny that family problem of the Matilda as well. But for now, Zohan banning the Jushin at the same time the Kalia. So Itami, what do you think?
IGN, they are actually banning out the utility kind of a meta, I would say, because Fredrin and Matilda would have been combined and they would have worked out as a wombo combo kind of a composition. But Zohan, they are going out with the regular draft by far, like the Kalia as well as the Jushin. That is quite expected, I would say. And IGN, they have that composition that you never know. They can come up with a utility jungler or maybe even with an assassin jungler, because they are quite versatile. But one of the plus point for Zohunt is they go out with the utility and they work it out so well. So it doesn't even matter that even if they are not adapting with those assassin types, they are still doing pretty fine with those utility.
Very good point that you mentioned here, Itami. Zohan, they like to go with those utility junglers, especially because they have MOBA Dusty. There's, as the people like to say it, even Bolty just mentioned, he does eat MOBA Zanes for breakfast sometimes. But of course, right now, we're not going to be having breakfast. It's dinner time. So for dinner, will he be able to get MOBA Zane or not? We'll be finding out. First phase of the draft almost over. The ban phase, of course, almost over right now. And the last ban coming in from the side of Zohan, I do feel like it should be a mid lane targeted onto Witch, because we all know that Witch likes to pick up those carry mages, especially the Gord right now. If you're trying to go for a utility, I feel like the Gord should be something to be, banned out. But of course, Badang as well, the fisting guy, will not be here. Both the fisters off the ban right now. So look at that, Bolty. Okay.
Interesting.
This is very interesting because we don't usually see Dusty playing those, swifty assassins. But this time, Dusty is gonna eat his, fighter kind of jungle onto place, but instead just go for that Joy, because that Joy has that mobility to kind of, counter step the Lucas that's gonna be on the jungle on the side of IGN. So and the other time, they're also picking this Moskov. That's a very early pick for a gold laner, actually. Maybe they're trying to cook something, but we'll never know. What do you think, Itami?
Okay, they decided to actually go out with the chip. So those TP plays are coming out, and I was expecting a Loe, but unfortunately that won't be the case. So Zohan can actually be the one who can go out with a, Loe for those global teleportations, because it will be coming up quite handy. And on to the early phases of the game, it can, could have been a good counter against the Sicilian, but we do know that Faden, he is quite a god onto that Valentina, so he will be prioritizing the Valiant instead, which will be a good bet actually, because teleportation plays as well as the ultimate from that Lucas, it can be copied, and early phases wise, Valentina has that advantage as well.
I think IGN, the Valentina just slipped off their minds. We do understand how good Faden is on that Valentina, and especially in this meta, ever since the recent patch dropped, I've seen him play the Valentina while I was casting, so I've seen it live. He plays that Valentina so well. And right now he has the option to take 2 ultimates, so outplay is going to be coming out for sure from the side of Zohan with the help of that Valentina. IMU definitely going to be there, but now into the second phase, we're seeing fighter bans. A lot of EXP laners getting banned here in the second phases. Seems like both the teams do not want to give away the turtle area control in the early phase. But talking about the goal lane pick from the side of IGN, what are your takes, Bolty?
my takes is definitely gonna be something that can kind of burst down the Moskov in the early phase. Maybe Harriet also could work here on the side of IGN, or maybe not. The Granger is still free, but the Granger is pretty, watered down in this current meta. So
Yep.
maybe looking for, a Brody could also work, but then again, Brody is very slow in the early, farming phase, so it's going to be quite hard for IGN to kind of like pick up with the momentum in the first phase. But on side of Zohan here,
Ooh.
okay,
Ooh.
Mizo-san, family problems. Oh, there we go. But family problems, he likes to go for that pickoffs, and of course they're gonna give him that jawhead for that sweet flicker ejector place.
We're going to get that jawhead for the ejector place coming in, but on the other side, we look at that. The Harriet, like you mentioned, picked up as well. Itami, now coming to you. What do you think, though? What should be the last pick coming in to settle this overall draft for IGN?
Most probably should be an EXP or maybe a jungler, because you never know. The Lucas can go out
Yep.
onto the EXP as well as onto the jungle. We haven't seen it yet, but Respect he likes going out with the jungle Lucas, and apparently that is the
Ooh.
case, and they have decided to go out with the CC. So, onto the laning phase wise, even if a Phoveus would have been coming up, they would have been able to counter it out. The CC is a really good match against the Phoveus, but onto this match, the Phoveus is banned out. So there are still some options. IGN's draft looks pretty solid, but early game composition wise, they are not that beefy, because the chip, he doesn't have that much HP compared to the other tanks. And Lucas, the sustainability is there, but if he gets out, if he's caught onto that crowd control, he won't be able to do that much onto those team fights.
Well, good points put out there by Itami, talking about the CC and the Lucas picks, of course. And oh my god, new meta. Talk about Zohan being bold tonight, and look at that. Look at that last pick to finish off their draft. They're going really bold with this lineup, going in for Jawhead, Masha, Valentina as well. So many options to start the engage, and not just the engage, so finish off the engage as well. The Masha is very deadly, of course, with those thunderclaps. So yep. What do you think, Bolty? Zofate arise?
Zofate indeed. Pulling up the surprise element that they always pulled out, and maybe use this for that W on their side. But this is actually a very good pick because Amasha, okay? Not meta, but against a CC. Come on, guys. CC counters all that tanky fighters that, people like to pick in the early phase. So they have to kind of counter draft that. So they're going for something that could, lane against the CC and burst her down.
Yep.
Good point, actually. So, yeah, the draft looks pretty solid for Zohant as well. And, Masha is kind of a pocket pick here. We were not expecting it, but against the CC onto the early game phase, it actually can work out, because she has those additional shields, as well as the poking games will be quite high onto the early phases of the game. So, draft-wise, it's quite kind of hard to predict. But I do believe IGN, they will not be able to play as much aggressively onto the early game except the Lucas. So waiting it out, patience will be the key. And if they are not able to do it, we never know. So we are onto the loading screen. We are onto the Land of Dawn. Game number 1 of the lower bracket finals will be beginning. It will be Zohan going up against Team IGN. For this match, I'm your caster Itami, as well as joining me will be Bolty for that analysis. So, Bolty, how you feeling once again?
Yeah, so good. This time I'm not in my comfort zone. Instead, Itami's gonna be doing my comfort zone. But of course, something new, something to improve any time of the day. Actually, W is the Fredo for kind of like pulling me out here, because I usually used to avoid analysis. But keeping that aside, for now, it's gonna be the blue side as IGN, of course, and Zohan. And it seems like they're gonna go for the jungle skirmish. Maybe looking at the Litho side, we're not. It's gonna be spawning in like 8 seconds. But for now, which of course need to go down here, get some hits, stacks up as well. Oh, a little bit of poke coming on here.
Yep. Little bit of poke coming on here onto Faden, who does like to dominate the mid lane. Won't be able to do so this time around, as IGN have taken complete control of that Little Wanderer area. Respect takes away the gold crab as well. So seems like IGN Respect doing a different kind of rotation this time around. But honestly speaking, I feel like this lineup, both of the sides, is very good. And I was about to say that before. Ray mentions it a lot. The thing is, if you're trying to win out CC in the laning phase, you
Mhm.
try to out damage her instead of trying to out sustain. So
Yep.
that's the reason why this Masha works really well here.
Yeah, very, very true. And this Masha has like 3 HP bars, which can kind of, slow down Muriel from bursting her down with even with the carton calls, right? Because on top
Yep.
side, though, there's a bit of poke. Like I said, the win uses up that HP. But for now, he needs to stack up for now. Played it safe. You don't want to get ganked early on, especially in this turtle fight that's going to be coming. But oh no.
Mizo-san getting quite poked down. The flicker is yet to be used out, and he actually be able to force to use it. Looks like the turtle will be spawning, and that's actually a good trade because engages would have been coming off from that Jawhead, but unfortunately that is not happening. He goes back onto the base, and looks like IGN will be able to get their first objective. That is going to be that.
Yep. Good turtle take here. Easy turtle. Forcing out the flicker from Mizo-san, and that's the reason why there will be no engage coming in from the side of Zohunt. And now, looking at the gold lane as well, Aaron the Creator seems like he is ahead in terms of farm. So, no, what can you say? Nothing going wrong for IGN so far, but yeah, things going wrong for Zohan.
Yeah, we do see the Mizo-san trying. Nah, never mind, it's not Mizo-san, but Zozen going in for a little bit. Oh, here comes something.
Oh, teleportation play has been used out, and that will be Wait taking the first blood. And Dusty Mizo goes down onto the process. So, comfortability wise, I do believe Joy is not that much of a comfort pick for Dusty Mizo in terms of how well he does with the utility. And onto the early game phase is where Zohunt are supposed to be capitalizing, but it's actually the opposite at this point because the Jawhead as well as the Joy, they are not able to find that opening.
Yep, not able to find the opening because, of course, you do need Mizo-san to be engaging first. On the other hand, though, in the goal lane department, Prime, even though he did go for the Moscow first pick, not able to get enough advantage in the goal lane still. So, Aaron the Creator is still ahead, and this is not good news because as a Moscow, you want to be winning the lane. Otherwise, you are pretty much, going for that split push kind of strategy in the late game when the turrets start falling off a little bit, and when the enemies start engaging and rotating around. But other than that, what can happen here?
Yeah, but seems like bot side it's not going to be much going on. But like we said, the Moskov pick, of course, if he does not capitalize on the items very early on, it's going to be hard. But at the same time, I kind of like the Moskov pick because he is very, present even on a team fight with the SOD because he can just come in, teleport, split push as well. He's filled with crits. As for a Harriet, not so much. I mean, he's a brawler, but he's kind of a bit squishy, like prone to those crowd controls. That's why they always pick up a Purify on a Harriet. But then again, this turtle fight is gonna kind of decide who's gonna get that momentum right here.
Exactly. And looks like, okay, Zohunt will be the one contesting the turtle first. Electrifying beats being used out to speed it out. And okay, they are able to get that objective. The teleportation has been used out by the chip. And oh my god, a bad trade by far. IGN just, Zozen right on time with the teleportation. He takes down Dusty Mizo as soon as possible. So Zohunt, even if they got a turtle, the shield is out because the Joy was kicking down.
Oh. On the top side, though, Win is able to get a lot of turret. I mean, a lot of gold from the turret shield.
Oh, he might actually be going down, but okay. Masha, she does have the movement speed. So even if she tries to just go out for the tower, she will be able to escape it out somehow, unless some crowd control is able to get the best of her. Which, on to the other hand, I guess he is able to stack it out quite well. And if they are relying onto the late game, Aaron as well as Witch can be quite the resource for the side of team IGN. Oh my god, onto the turtle lane. Mirio just went down on the hands of Prime. So Prime is the one actually who was able to get the first kill for the side of Team Zohunt and the creator using his Zaman Force in order to clear those lanes as soon as possible. But I do believe the goal lead is quite still equal, which has already got 80 stacks onto him, as well as the Elegant Gem actually being prioritized. That is actually a good sign because he is going for that glowing one first instead of the COD.
Yeah, that is usually very, good itemization that usually most pro players do because the anti-heal aspect on the early game is very important. I mean, the Elegant Gem is enough to kind of like get back the lost HP and manas, but you don't really need that sustain on the early game. Instead, you want to go for something that goes, benefits your team. So picking up that early glow is also good. Oh,
Aaron, okay, the Purify was forced out, but okay, Zosin will be right on time. Once again, the shortcut being used by the chip. Win goes down onto the process. The Spear of Destruction has been coming up, but Moskov, he will be going on to the safer side and won't be teleporting, because even if he does, 4 members are there still to be able to take him down. There is another initiation, the Zaman Force being used out. Oh my god. Dusty Mizo was trying to dive in, the Sanguine Claws will be connecting onto Dusty, and this time he might be cutting down, but somehow he escapes. He somehow is able to save his life, but at what cost? Because looks like Respect, he will be going out for the turtle, but no, he just used out his retribution to take down Dusty, but unfortunately, Dusty with a really good escape.
And in the mid lane as well, Zohan able to make a trade by taking down that mid lane. So of course, jungle area will be open. IGN.
Oh, another initiation. Zosin is quite low. This time the flicker being used out by Win. Jawhead comes up with the ejector as well as play, but okay, 1 for 0, and Zosin goes down onto the process. So those teleportation play are not coming up. Mizosa, look at the damage coming up from Witch quite already, and I do believe he doesn't has the magic defense, and that is the reason why that roamer was getting quite shredded down. And yep, Jawhead still doesn't have the Athena shield or maybe even the Radiant armor. He can be going out with any of those. But for now, looks like the turtle will be contested. Okay, they have just decided to disengage.
yeah. And speaking of that as well, Itami, and finally, look, the glowing one is completed, and also there might be some Ruckus on the lane. Wow, that's I'm gonna say a ganking coming in the side of IGN and top side, and also more.
Retreat.
Ejector play, retribution being used out, but Wedge goes down. It's like a shutdown was there, but that is a good sign for the side of Team Zohan, maybe. But they will be not contesting for the turtle. Instead, looks like the 8-minute Lord will be spawning anytime soon. And okay, they have just decided to prioritize those turrets.
The objective gameplay coming in from Zohan looking really good here. Look at that, 3 towers, the first tiers all down on 3 lanes. That just shows that they're more focused on the objectives. Meanwhile, IGN, it's not like they're not focused, but their composition is, I mean, they're able to rotate, but the rotations that they're making, it's mostly just ganks, but not able to get the objectives, the neutral objectives, like the towers and everything. So I don't know how they'll be able to make it out of this situation right now that they're in, because seems like Zohan, even though the enemy has a chip, it's Zohan who...
Top side, there is the Zaman Force as well as the initiation coming out from the side. Claws will be connecting onto 2 people. There is the engage from the side of Team Zohan as well. They directly go down. IGN, they are deciding to go back. Looks like Mizo-san will be coming up with that initiation. The flicker right on time. Faden will be taking the double.
Oh my
as
god.
Well as Dusty Mizo. That will be a complete wipeout for the side of Team IGN. 4 for 1, and looks like Zohan, they just found the opening that they wanted.
What is happening here?
My god, the might of the Zofates finally is shown in displays right there. A wipe for the side of Zohan. And as you know, Faden is on the 305. Him on the Valentina is like way too much, especially he likes to play the Valentina of like a burst instead of a utility. So it always works out for this guy. This guy is so good on the Valentina.
And that's the reason why right now Zohan are way ahead and get a wipeout on IGN. And that's bad news for IGN, because you give a wipeout to the side of Zohan, they capitalize, take down more structures, because look at that. 2 more towers down, IGN left with just the inhibitor standing on the top side and the bottom side. They do have the chip though, so they can make an outplay happen, but it's not like Zohan are new to this game, They understand how the chip works, so they're not going to get caught off guard quite easily, so they have to plan something better.
Zosin was trying to dive in with the teleportation, but okay, Respect will be able to take that Lord somehow, but he goes down onto the process. Aaron the Creator gets faded, but the Zaman Force being used out by Aaron. In order to escape, they might be not able to do so. Prime goes in, which goes down as well. A complete wipeout once again. It's only Mirio remaining, and Zohan with that play, even if Respect got that Lord, they clutched out onto those team fights. They got the 4 for 2, and looks like Zofate, they will be going out for those neutral objectives as soon as possible.
Yep, even with the neutral objective taken, not a good news here.
Okay, likes to play with a bit of that Luminous Lord, of course, but I thought.
Oh.
Wait, Zozen though.
Oh, Zozen with that play once. Oh my god, the teleportation play right on time. And in the creator as
My God.
Zozen with that initiation. Just
Oh.
TV, you are quite low. The retribution
Oh no.
trying to escape. Respect with that play. He
Aaron?
might actually dive right in, but oh my
Dusty.
god, Dusty with
Dusty?
that touch escape
More
once
Dusty?
again. Oh no. You know, one
my
thing I would like
God,
to
this guy.
highlight. This guy is not just
Oh!
a good utility
Wait.
jungler. Oh my god, Faden goes down. This teleportation guy, man, and that will be a double side of Team IGN. 3-4-0. Zozen, even if he's getting taken down, that he is perfectly executing what a roamer is supposed to do at this point. And looks like Miso-san will be diving in onto. Okay, the ejector will not be used down. Sicilian tries to dive in with those bats fees, but the damage is, it is kind of getting deflected because it looks like Miso-san, he already got that magic defect.
Indeed. And look at the amount of stacks coming from Witch right now for 12 minutes. Maybe it's kind of a bit, maybe low, I should say, but I mean, it's on the average side, of course. But of course, he have also, this is actually interesting. He's going for the Blood Wings instead of more damage. He goes for the mobility to kind of, use himself to kite, don't you think, Fredo?
Yep, he does use the mobility to kite away, and that's the reason why CC is, a very good pick in the EXP lane, because he is one of those rare EXP laners that can keep kiting, right? But yeah, talking about kiting, seems like the goal laners are, of course, preparing for the late game already, because look at that. Trinity build complete on the other side. The Trinity, the Magic Trinity that we like to call, for the Harith is also complete as well. So, of course, the goal laners will be dishing out damage, but the only thing that will differ, in both of these is, of course, the Moscow will be split pushing all the time, creating that pressure on the far lane for IGN. And the fact that they have more structures, they actually have equal structures now. Thanks to that, of course, taking down Fade in there. But yeah, that just shows for itself, the amount of impact that Faden has when he's alive. So Zohan, I mean, they might lose Dusty, but they cannot afford to lose Faden in these team fights.
Now, that's very true. You also need Faden as your utility and your burst as well, because Prime, though, is going to be, completing his Trinity soon, or did he already? I guess so. And he's just, look at him, he's just melting down this Lord, no hassle whatsoever. But there's a little bit of a Zozen coming in the top side over here. Oh,
there's the initiation, the Winter Crown being popped right on time there. Oh my god, respect this! And take down Prime. Looks like the Lord will be contested. They are trying to reset it. Lords get reset, but Aaron the Creator will be taking a kill, as well as he will be losing his life. That will be a 2-for-1 favoring for the side of Team IGN. Video response. Faden is able to get a kill. 2-for-3. What is going on in this match? Oh man, it's not completely one-sided at all. If IGN comes with 2, Zohan comes with 3. That is what it is happening. And right now it's IGN, they got the favor for their side, but okay, Zozen might be trying to initiate onto Dusty Mizo. Look at the damage coming up from him. The electrifying beats being used out, the teleportation actually being baited out. So that's actually a good sign, but he got the fleeting time for his, on his hand. So the teleportation plays will be coming up anytime soon after this.
Of course, a lot of cooldown with the help of that fleeting time into the hands of Zohan, but for now, it seems like Prime might try and go for the far lane, but instead he's walking towards the Lord, so Zohan is ready for a fight.
Yeah, it actually might be the case. They are still trying to dive in. There is the initiation, and looks like Zohan will. They are still initiating. Look at that, Lucas and the Creator. Faded with that, oh my god, beast form, and looks like Video will be diving in, but Dusty Mizo gets another kill, a 3-for-2. Once again, Witch is clapping back, but Dusty gets the double, and Witch gets down. A complete wipeout for the side of Team IGN. They just lost their objective as well as the team fight, and looks like the game number 1 will be going for the side of Team Zohan. It's only the crystal, and they got the game number 1. Man, oh man, what a match this was.
Man, so exciting. I thought Itami is gonna start saying the Zofate. But maybe he didn't pull this out. Maybe he pulled it out for that, final win. Maybe on the side of Zohan, or even not. Let's not give those, supposed things just yet. But oh my god, Zohan They went for the draft, and yes, they completely, I
Oh my
think,
God.
outdraft the side of
Oh,
IGN, especially with Win as well, going with the
Masha.
Masha, man, and of course getting that MVP. Also, my God, and yes, if you go for a Masha, you always pick up those damage who can quickly burst somebody down. Especially, of course, Mirio is going to be there. Even Mirio with a blade armor, that's not going to be helping him a lot because Win already has that malefic roar to kind of mitigate and also give more penetration on the side of Win.
Yep, exactly. Mirio, not much help, even though he was the XP leader. He could have melted down anyone, but talk about a Masha, right? Coming as a pocket pick for Zohan here, and with that, getting the MVP as well. I mean, at this point, I want to learn who teaches Zohan this kind of drafts, man. Honestly, I mean, who even thinks of a Masha in this meta? I mean, Masha not in the patches for like what? For like last three patches. I mean, there was nothing done on this Masha, and suddenly they bring it around, they make it work, and that's the reason, guys. People need to understand that draft matters so much in the game, and that's the reason why, of course, a lot of controversy revolves around drafts as well, but we'll talk about that in some day. But before that happens, for now, IGN, of course, losing the first game just break the momentum, but going into the second game, they do have some things to gain, and of course, more than Zohunt in the second game. But this time around, what do you think, Bolty? What could have happened, better for IGN in that fight? What did go wrong for them?
I
If you have
mean,
anything to say.
most of the time, Zhojin was
Hmm.
supposed to be the initiator, but when he uses this portal to go back and kind of pick off like at least one member to use the portal,
Hmm.
there was always somebody instead who would like know where Zhojin is, and then all
Mm.
the teams come and funnel down instead, and then he couldn't do anything. So I think that's the downfall of IGN because Zhojin, of course, he did make some good plays with the portal and the ultimate shortcut, of course. But then again, most of the time, he was always denied that kind of initiation.
Yeah, that just breaks it down. Zojin, of course, I mean, with the pickoffs, he was good, but in team fights, you cannot really go in all alone on one target, and later on, they're jumping on you, and like he said, people flying down on you, and you're getting zoned out completely from your opponents, and that's the reason why, of course, things not looking good here. And of course, before we dive into the second game, we would also like to hear, Itami, what is your take on what could have went better for IGN, because Zohan, they did give their best, right? Of course they did play well, but what do you think did not work for IGN?
All I got to say is late game execution, Fredo, because I guess they were trying their best to bait out Zozen's teleportation play as soon as possible before the team fights, and that was exactly what was happening. Dusty Mizo, he just decided to dive in onto Zozen if he was left alone. So he did that in order to not let him initiate onto those teleportation plays when the Lord Dance actually arrives. So as soon as that was happening, they baited out that ultimate way before, and they were not able to do that initiation that they wanted. And Zohan's main point is their positioning was up to the point. Even if the teleportation plays were coming up, looks like as much as the game was progressing, they were ready for it. And as soon as the initiations were happening, it was Zohan who were defying the odds, and they got that wipeout onto the end. And that Masha, mastery over meta, man.
Yeah.
Mm. Mastery over meta, of course, a line that a lot of people like to say when something like this happens. And of course, tonight, Win did make something like that happen, mastery over meta thing. Because of course, who even thought that we'll see a Masha tonight, who even thought? I mean, I don't believe if anyone right now, anyone for that matter, anyone in the chat or anyone out there watching might have thought, Zohan might come up with a Masha pick tonight. Not even Kronos, I think. All right. So that was something that definitely caught us off guard for a lot of reasons, because of course we don't see Masha quite often in the Indian scene, and that's the reason why we're really shocked to see the Masha tonight from Win. But of course we've seen Win play the Masha before a lot of times, of course, in previous patches, in previous seasons, but not tonight, not in this season, and especially not in this meta. But yeah, of course the Masha did rise back. And next game, though, IGN might be looking to ban the Masha or do something about, of course, Mr. Faden on that Valentina, because we all know for a fact, of course, us casters, we all know for a fact that Faden's Valentina is broken. It is something that can dominate any other mid laner. So, of course, we need to give respect. But will IGN pay the respect right now?
Most likely, of course, they have to pay respect now, because if they don't, maybe they could throw or chunk up another game, and maybe it could be like a clean sweep on the side of Zohan, and it would be like we have not wanted in the first place. We don't want a boring clean sweep, one-sided match, right, gentlemen?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
also Zohan, they want to say that this kind of strategy, Fredo, that they have pulled up like before as well, they were like the first to actually beat Tartarus, right, on the
Yep.
FAS scene. So like Ray was casting and he was pulling out, and he said that Zohan to pick the what is that? I'm pretty sure it was the Kaja. Yes, Kaja for the pickoff
Mm-hmm.
for family problems, and they picked it, and yes, they won. And this is exactly what's happening right now. Zohan picking those unusual pick, which we thought is not meta, but actually works against the opposition side. So Johan once again did this right in front of IGN.
Yep. Zohan did defeat Tartarus, of course, the first ones to do that actually in the FAS. And of course, now once again, they can get their hands on a cash prize pool of 50,000 rupees, which is not a small price. So of course, let's see if Zohan can do that. But before that happens, they have to go through a lot of struggle, because IGN, Eliminators, they're also hoping to do the same right now. Of course, just two teams to climb and get that. But of course, the other teams as well, they are also trying their best. They're also putting their best foot forward, especially Eliminators. The rise in form recently has been just something to be talked about, but talk about the rumors as well. I mean, when you're playing so good, you don't really expect the team to disband, but rumors are going on around about the disbanding of Eliminators, which of course we'll talk about in a talk show if, of course, we plan to host it. But before that happens, let's keep this for the group chats. Let's keep it for the speculations of the fans out there for Eliminators. But before we dive too much into Eliminators, let's talk about Mr. Witch and his IGN team, right? Their rise in form is something to be talked about as well. I mean, Zohan have been consistent. They have been consistent. And I mean, the unexpected is always expected from them. But talk about IGN as well. They did lose to Armageddon, but after that, it has been a steady rise in their form. But what do you think is the winning condition for them tonight? Is it going to be Aaron? Is it going to be Respect? Or is it going to be Mirio? Because Mirio is always a question that the people like to ask. Mr. Bolti, I would like to hear your hard take on this one.
Of course, Mirio always does the double edge like sword kind of play ish, especially when it comes to EXP. But when he does perform well, he completely carries IGN single-handedly. So Mirio, man, if he pulls up something, maybe if he's given his phobias or something, maybe he could pull something. But this time around, he wasn't able to do much against the win, of course, on the Masha. So maybe Witch also, but against a Fade and Valentina, they just have to get out that Fade and Valentina, or else I don't think Witch is gonna win the lane.
Yeah. And now with that, back into the drafting phase once again for the second game of Zohan versus IGN. It is the lower bracket final, so the one who wins it gets their chance to, of course, play the finals of the top dogs, which will be versus Eliminators. The one who wins this one will be playing versus Eliminators, of course, on the grand finals of the top dogs. But now, coming to the second phase of the draft right now. First question thrown to Itami. Itami, what are your guesses about the first picks coming in from Zohan?
They might actually prioritize the Valentina once again if it doesn't get banned out. And Zohan, looking at them, I do believe it was not just the utility. Maybe Dusty, he was trying to prove his point that it's not just the utility junglers for me. I can go out with an assassin to a flashy assassin. That was the joy, and it actually worked out for his side. So it was good. And onto this game, you never know, man. At this point, I would say he can go out with the utility, or maybe he can, just pull out another assassin for the side.
Yep, definitely. Anything can happen, right, Bolti? But I do understand that, IGN, they respect MOBA Dusty, but a Fredrin, I mean, you do understand that the Valir is a direct counter, and it did get buffed as well, right? So it's not like Witch can't play Valir. I mean, if he says that in front of everyone, man, I mean,
Yeah.
that would not be nice. But yeah, I mean, I wanted Witch to play the Valir when the MOBA Dusty plays his Fredrin. That would have been like, the ultimate matchup. Both the stars on both the sides, pulling off their matchup in that draft itself. But we're not going to see that, it seems, because IGN too much respect here for, of course, family problems and Mr. MOBA Dusty. But coming in for Zohan, as they're not getting access to this Fredrin, do you think once again they can do it with a joy?
Of course, if it worked once, it can work again, right? Especially IGN, being very one-minded about this set of drafting on their side. So
Yep.
maybe the same could be used again, but this time around, Zohan, of course, banning that Jujin. You don't want to give Witch the Jujin because the
Yep.
Jujin is completely something that could stop those kind of tanky fighters as well. So right now, IGN are going to be looking for another ban. If maybe, come on, man, just ban the Valentina. Do yourself good.
Yep.
If not, it's Faden. Come on, IGN.
Yep, they have to understand and respect the Valentina of Faden here. And I hope, Itami, you do not forget that this time we did discuss it beforehand. We decided to switch roles, okay? So I hope you do not forget that. Yep. In the second game right now, we're going to have Bolty on his comfort zone, Itami in his discomfortable zone, Fredo as well in his uncomfortable zone, because I don't really host a lot. But yeah, talking about the first pick. Oh, look at that. Oh, my prediction was right there.
Uh-oh. Once again, a joy. So, yeah, Dusty, he loves prioritizing the joy apparently. And it is working out onto the first game as well. It gives, you have the joy for your side. It will give you that early game aggression that your team needs. So, those electrifying beats plays, as well as if IGN just decided to go out of the Sicilian or maybe another mage that doesn't have that much of a mobility, Dusty can just go in, dive and mark it out unless he uses out the baits out the flicker. So, but this time onto the drafting phase, looks like the Phobius was left out. The Lucas is banned, and instead of the Lucas, actually, they will be trading out the Phobius, and we do know how much comfortable Neo is with that Phobius. And okay, I guess IGN, they are taking out the heroes that Zohan took out onto the previous game. Okay. Once again, the Masha.
Bolty, cook or cooked? What do you think?
I mean, first phases, of course, Phobius gonna do something against the Masha, but when Masha has that thunderclap, oh boy, Mirio is gonna have a hard time on that one. Yep.
I think CC could have been a better choice here, right? I know, I understand. The Masha worked for you. We understand that you like the Masha and you would like to carry the games with Masha, but hold on, Win, please think about it. CC is a direct counter for the Phobius. I mean, and look at that, they pick a Hylos on top of that, and right now, just imagine how much they missed out on just because they picked up this Masha instead of the CC.
Yeah. I guess Hylos as well as the Phobius, they will be having a lot of beefiness compared to the previous game. Bursting them out will actually not be the case. So,
I don't know.
Hylos as well as the Phobius, they will be a lot tanky onto the late game, like late phases of the game because of the defense items. So, it is going to be quite a challenge for the side of Team Zohan actually.
Yep, exactly. Very challenging, right? Bolty, I mean, you think about it, Masha, of course, can burst down the CC, of course, in the early game trades, that the thunderclaps, they do out damage, but talk about a Phobius and a Hylos on top of a Masha, of course, one woman trying to handle, I mean, of course, it's a muscle lady, but still cannot handle two men like that, Hylos and Phobius, two big guys. It's going to be really tough for Masha to do anything in this game. But Zohan being Zohan here, of course, let's see if they... I don't know. They could have picked a CC easily here, but they do not decide to do that. I have no words. Bolt, do you have any?
I have a few, just that kind of, the Masha was pulled out way too early. Of course.
Yeah.
That is why IGN finally knowing that, they're of course gonna pick out the counters for that. And of course, two of the tanky ones that's not gonna be bursted down easily by the thunderclaps. So grafting wise, wow, we're seeing respect being respected of the Fanny, so that is good. But on the other hand, IGN though, this next pick is definitely gonna be maybe a mid laner or Suyu. What do you think about that,
Utility, I won't say utility actually, because he is more of an assassin as well, even after being a
Yep.
fighter. And he has a lot of mobility for his side, and he can be escaping the dire situations as well as objective wise. Suyo is really good. Okay, Zofate, they are going out with the Valentina as well as a Claude for this time. So, against that Moskov, it is going to be attack speed versus attack speed, man.
Yup, attack speed versus attack speed. But of course, blazing duet is going to be a really important key factor here. But I mean, I don't really know how to say this, but Claude, right? It's like he needs to be like 1 or 2 levels ahead, and he needs like 2,000 or 3,000 goal gap or something to actually dominate, And that's like a very hard thing to achieve, given the fact that they have their lineup. It does not really allow them to do that actually. But of course, this last pick will definitely decide where things will go. In IGN, they could be going for a low E, it seems. But
Hey,
what's happening? What's happening?
Selena, that pick that kind of does good, but at the same time, late game. Okay, if you don't snowball with a Selena, man.
Yeah.
Even though you need precision with this, I know I'm not doubting Witch on precision wise, but against a Valentina that has 2 dashes, I mean, it's gonna be so easy to,
Dash,
dodge.
yep.
These abyssal
Exactly.
arrows.
I do agree.
Yep. And that does remind me, talking about precision, does remind me that there was a team, in the Underdogs. The name was Big PP. And the meaning of Big PP was Big Precision Plays. So, yeah, very creative names, in the Underdog bracket. But, yeah, unfortunately, they did not really make it to the finals. So, we won't be seeing them. But, of course, we did see them in the semifinals. So, might as well go and check how Big PP played, precision plays. But, yeah, accuracy and precision going to be really, deciding factor in the mid lane matchup here between these two teams. Of course, Valentina going up against a Selena. But yeah, Itami, what are your takes about this draft before we head into the Land of Dawn?
Which picked out the Selena actually for that early game control, as well as the Suyo. He is quite of an early game hero as well. So the late game, it completely relies on Aaron the creator, how well he farms out. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Zohan, they have the early game composition as well. And late game wise, if the Masha is able to get those itemizations, then the Suyo as well as the Moskov and the Selena, they can be an easy food for the side of that Masha as well. So you never know, man. They have a balanced kind of a draft for both of the sides. But Zofate, I do believe their late game might not be as favorable if Aaron is actually able to get that farm. But the main thing is Zohunt has the lead, and they will try to extend it onto this game number 2. So Bolty, here we go.
Absolutely into the Land of Dawn once again. Shafari side this time around. First pick, Zohan, and of course onto the blue side and red side is gonna be IGN. Are they hungry for blood? Will they make this comeback for themselves? Which is a bit, I don't know, but maybe they can do it because right now into the Land of Dawn and both of them look at Witch as well.
Yep, dominating early on, But yeah, before we head further, let's talk about the goal lane matchup. Oh, sorry, EXP matchup, Look at that. The big boy already bullying that Masha.
Yeah. It is, just the poking games, but it's not, just the poking games, but it will favor them a lot onto those team fights. Oh my god, Aiden! You need to be a bit more careful. Oh, Abyssal Arrow. This is what we were talking about, the early game crowd control that might actually come up from Witch if he is able to land those arrows.
And with that, respect already level 4 right now. Doesn't even need that, but gets that already. And Dusty Mizo will be rotating early on, trying to get all those, creeps up top. And even though we wanted Dusty to play the fighter junglers in this meta, we have not really seen that in this match, Whoa.
Kind of do agree with that. And the initiation's also coming up, but it is, they are just trying to focus onto that level 4 mark. Okay. goes in, and the turtle will be spawning out in the next few seconds. When look at Mirio just poking the Masha down and picking out the Masa. I do understand it worked out onto the previous game, but onto this game, early game wise, onto the laning phases as well, you will be having quite a tough time.
Yep, and I hope, Itami, you do understand that in this game, Mr. Bolt is supposed to be taking those fights, Of
Yeah.
course.
Oh,
Not much fight actually, except for this one because Unbreakable coming in from Mizao-san. Once again, trying to go for the pickoffs, but this time around it's not a pickoff. Instead, it's a big boy. Here comes Mirio, finally some smashing down, but Witch taking Faden out, and also Respect though. Taking
Oh my
that
God.
turtle in the process. So that's going to be 2 kills. On top of that, a big chunky turtle to the side of IGN.
And
oh,
which, I mean, it seems like finally, IGN, someone has decided to step up and carry the game all alone, and this guy, which of course, the one who has represented India on the international stage, out there once again.
Here comes the smash in coming in from Mirio, forces out the Vengeance to kind of soak a little bit of Dusty with those dashes. Win gonna go in, trying to do something with the Thunderclaps. The AOG comes in to reinforce, and that's a Mirio down the drain. Also, Witch using those dashes to get out of the harm that's actually coming to the side of Zohan. So that's going to be 1 kill on the side of Zohan, taking down Mirio, and also maybe more because Abyssal Arrow connecting to Mizo-san, but they're gonna, disperse out.
yeah. For now, IGN, they are playing it out quite defensively too, but they have the Selena for their side. So if the Abyssal Arrow actually connects onto someone who doesn't have that much reliable HP, then they can just dive in unless Zohan comes up with another initiation. There is the poking aim.
And of course, Mizo-san is just gonna try to touch Witch there, but Witch, of course, being the slippery, flaccid guy he is, he's gonna survive the grip of the Hands of Steel. Maybe not, but a little bit of some pokes coming in both of the EXP. This time around, Mirio has to play safe because he already threw down that 1 chunk of HP. So right now, guys.
Yep. Of course, in the EXP right now, it's going to be Mirio having the upper hand, and which always going to continue keep poking down the enemies and lowering their HP. And that's the reason why this Guthold has not been able to rotate too much, because it's always getting spotted out by the Selena of Witch, and that's the reason rotation this time around for Zohan is going to be much more difficult compared to the previous game.
Exactly, and it's not just the Abyssal Arrows, actually the traps as well as the traps that was put out by Witch onto those bushes. It is coming up quite handy because the rotation as well as the vision is already getting quite weighted down, and Selena is actually doing a good job. Looks like IGN, they will be able to.
Yep, easy turtle takings here for IGN. Zohunt, not a single chance there. Even their EXP laner not present. And I was about to talk about this in the earlier game. The thing is, with a Masha, you can't really zone enough, You can't really zone away enemies with a Masha. Of course, as long as they're squishy, you can do that. But in this game, the fact that you have a Hylos and Phobias, there's no way you can get that control, area control with a Masha.
Kind of do agree.
Top side.
Top. Okay. They are not over initiating, but Prime he be a bit more careful, I guess, because there might be initiations anytime soon. But Mizo-san will be able to back him up somehow with those taunts as well as maybe the AOGs. But IGN, they are leading in terms of the objective as well as slightly in terms of the goal lead too. A big fight is yet to be popped down, and onto the bot side, Win is just trying to prioritize those towers.
For now, he's just gonna let him slip away. Win being slipped away by Mirio once again, just trying to grab this little bit of that, cannon minion for EXP in gold. And for now, it's just 1 to 2 kills on both of the teams. The gold difference, favorable on the side of IGN, but Zohan, of course, they can still make those comebacks even on the gold leads.
Oh, definitely. Even on the goal lead, right? They can definitely make those comebacks happen because you have a Claude and he gets stunned.
Stun. And yes, Respect finds Prime. I thought the BMI will be enough to escape that blade surge coming in, but it still hits. So that's a good thing on the side of IGN, picking up the gold laner in this minute.
Exactly, and looks like, okay, they haven't just initiated yet, but when, he is not able to...
Actually, he was not, he did try to defend that, able to get that, but in that fight just now, which actually predicted the BMI.
Yeah, and another objective going for the side of Team IGN, and wise, that is the reason why they are leading it lead, as well as the team fight initiation. It is looking out quite better because they have the beefiness for their side. The sustainability is there, and the damage dealer is mostly respect or Aaron the creator, and they are just farming it out, going for the objectives, and looks like they're
This is what Zojan always do, and yes, they're gonna find a kill on Prime. Yes, with that Blade Surge coming up as well, but respect my fault here because he was too into the side of Zohan. But then again, Zojan always pulling up the backside glorious pathway. Always nice to see, but instead they're gonna be trading one-on-one on both sides.
Oh, Aaron.
Oh, Aaron, the creator, you don't want to get close to the win. Force out the flicker. You are safe, but what can you do? It's a win. My Shirainu, especially. You might go soft spot on her, right? But of course, then again, nobody's going to trade it out. So that's good on the side of IGN.
Good trades happening here, of course. The bad trade there, though, was IGN, losing out their jungler. Of course, there was a good initiation from Zojan. Forcing out the recall should have been enough, but they went in too deep. So yeah, getting their jungler down, not the best thing to happen. But right now, IGN, this game, they have been able to get structures both left and right. So that means right now, Zohan on a disadvantage in terms of the map control. Initiation.
Win once again. Forces out the Thunderclap for now, but has to force out the Flicker as well to get to safety because it's Jojen once again, which almost dying. Dusty Mizo finally grabs Switch though. That is the beats that Dusty needs to grab the kill, but then again, respect. Dusty Mizo, but the trap of Witch. Talk about the death kill as well. The Mira gonna be picking up Faden here. We didn't see that Faden there, but we thought Dusty was gonna make a Kyrie play, but no.
Oh my god.
2-1 trade, guys.
That was a clip-worthy moment, but Witch had to ruin it with his Abyssal Trap. Just kidding. I mean, Dusty should have been more careful. Those are positions where the Selena does like to put those traps, right? But yeah, anyways, coming to this first neutral objective, major neutral objective take here. Lord taken down here by IGN. And in this match, I mean, there have been no gaps whatsoever from the side of IGN in terms of macro.
Exactly, Selena, it's not just those abyssal arrows like I mentioned. It's the trap that is actually giving out them the vision that they need. And looks like Mizo-san, even if he's trying to do with those initiations, the IGN are still one step ahead, and they will be able to get that another tower as well. They got the Lord for their side, and if the lane syncing is up to the point, they might be able to do some more. Like, they will be able to take down more objectives. That will be the towers. And if they win out onto those skill trees, then look at that abyssal arrows coming up, man.
Oh my god, once again.
Second one. Maybe this time they want to commit, but no, it's a Mizo-san, man. He's tanky, which...
Yep. They do not want to commit, but the thing is, Mizo-san keeps getting poked down, so it's like he's not really available for those fights. That's the reason. I mean, Zohan, they can't really, get that zone control, especially because just a Masha. You need that Gatot, but Gatot keeps getting poked down, so he's not really available for those fights. That's where it gets hard for Zohan.
Glorious pathway, finally. Both of the pathways are late to rest here, but then again, that is going to be a holy grail. 2 holy grails being spent on the side of Zohan. It's going to cost them a lot, but then again, if your inhibitor's not falling, then, you still get to see not a strong push on the minion side.
And... We'll really see how Witch has been able to dominate the entire game, right? I mean, you cannot really see it in terms of KDA, but his rotations, his presence, you can say, is the reason why IGN are dominating their macro right now, because this guy with those abyssal arrows does not really allow IGN to do anything, and with those abyssal traps, always able to provide us vision in the key points where his teammates need that information. And on top of that, you have Moscow as well. So use that vision, go and push down those turrets. That's exactly the reason why Zohan are so behind in terms of the turrets.
Yep, and it's only the inhibitors for this side. this Lord will be quite crucial to be contesting as well. If they are not able to do so, then maybe IGN might just end the game at this point. But we never know in terms of the initiations.
Oh no, somebody Mirio in trouble, forces out the Vengeance to kind of tank everything in the process. Backside blazing the wet used by Prime to take out Respect. And also this, so he's gonna be coming up because it's gonna be Aaron the Creator taking that double. Maybe a triple right here, but it's a Mizo Sano. Yes indeed, that's the triple right there to the side of IGN as they traded it out with Respect. But then again, nobody much to be defending this one hell of a push that's gonna be coming, so what a good play coming in from IGN.
Oh, no.
Maybe not for more, but Must Dusty Mizo almost dying to that Abyssal Trap again.
Oh my god.
Almost, but Mirio coming in, trying to get the hands onto Faden. But Faden is going to be one to eat the Abyssal Arrows, and that is where the fight stopped. But it's not going to be over because IGN, they're going to be looking for this Luminous.
Yep. They're going to look for that Lord right now. Of course, the Lord, though, their frontliners not really healthy, so they decide to go and recall and get that HP back for that fight. But look at the positioning of Aaron.
And yeah, the Lord has already been. Aaron the Creator, if you grab him, find it over. But that is not happening at this point. He hasn't been taken down even once. And which, with that Serena, he is giving the visions way before Aaron gets initiated. And looks like they will be able to contest that Lord quite easily. Unless Dusty Mizo just comes up with a clutch play and just decides to dive right in.
Mizo-san also finally using that golden carpet towards Mizo-san, slowing him down and also eating that Abyssal Arrow. But for now, this fight is going to be so important because if anybody loses this one, it could be like a
top lane.
Right now though, look at that. Mirio using Win as a trampoline, grabs her back, and yes, Zozen will be the one to steal away. Nobody's gonna get that yet from the mine. Instead, it's gonna be Zozen getting that. And yes, they're gonna take down that Luminous for them. And yes, they're gonna be using that to skirmish these, remaining structures on the side of Zohan.
Things looking really bad here for Zohan as they're not really able to get anything, from their side to try and contest the Lord. And that's the reason why right now Zohan, they're really behind. They're pushed back inside their bases and they're trying to defend. Mid lane inhibitor is down, so that is an opening that IGN will try to exploit. Coming in though, let's see if they're able to do that or not. Especially Selena connecting those Abyssal Arrows will be really important to see if they'll be able to get a pick off before they start for this fight. Lord marching down the mid lane. Look at the minion sink as well. Today IGN are on point.
Indeed, and look at Dusty Mizo gonna try to pump up the electrifying beat, but here comes Zozen with the charge as well. Faden trying to counter-track that, but it's not gonna be enough as Mizo-san buys the dust from Aaron, and Aaron is just gonna be looking at Crystal Lock, and that is game number 2 going to the side of IGN, tied up with both of Zohan as well. This time Zofate might not arise, it's gonna be IGN Te arising instead.
Things.
IGN. Damn.
I have no words. No words. Perfect execution from the side of Mr. Aaron, and of course, even though he didn't get that gold, right? He didn't get a gold plate, but even on the silver plate, Mr. Witch. Perfect execution from his part side as well. And take a look at the side of Zohan. They have been served a silver plate tonight. They didn't get their hands on those golden cups, golden whatever we may say, but yeah.
Silver standard.
Yeah, we should say that silver standard happening right now. Of course, when he got too excited and locked in that Masha, that was too quick. Like the moment the drops are tucked, lock Masha first. And Gatot as well. It's like they didn't take too much time to think or think it through. That these picks, they might as well look at a few more picks coming in from the side of IGN because they already had the EXP laner pick, which was the Phobia. So might as well go for the CC here. And of course, if they went for the CC, there could have been so much which could have been done. But of course, that's for later to say. But yeah, right now, Itami, what are your takes?
I guess Zohan, they decided to rely on to that comfortability they had on the previous game. The Valiant as well as the Masha, it worked out onto the previous game because IGN, they didn't have that kind of a beefy draft, but this time they read it out quite well and they decided to go out with the Phobius and the high loss, which made them the frontliners. And the frontliners being so beefy, Faden as well as when they were trying to initiate, but when he was trying to prioritize those towers, it was being kind of done. But IGN, they were way ahead compared to the side of Team Zohan at this point, and they will be able to get that second game at least. And I guess it's the draft, as you said. The CC would have been a better option. And this time, when I guess, he must have realized the fact that Masha, even if it is your comfort pick, even if it worked out tremendously onto the first game, it depends upon how well the IGN composition is going to be onto the second game. It didn't work out, so onto the third game, they might have some different kind of strategies.
Yep. And with that, Bolty, do you have anything to say about this last match?
I just want to say that I thought Faden was gonna get Witch, but no, instead it was Witch turning the tables on Faden. I mean, of course, he had that double dash, right? But the double dash, once you use it up, the cooldown is long. Apart from Selena, just swapping it out with the symbiote transformation, right? And it's definitely more abyssal arrows that's going to be coming there. But that's
Yep.
also one problem that I see is Mizo-san being a Gatot roamer. Okay, you are slow, so you cannot be in those bushes where you can see the preview the abyssal arrow that's going to be coming for giving information to Faden to dodge it, right? So Mizo-san instead, he was always the one to eat the abyssal arrows and couldn't be on the front line. So that's just my take on that one.
Yep, and with that, once again, back in the third game, it's me, Bolty, and Itami. Fredo, the host, something that he does not do quite often. And once again, Itami on the analyst desk, of course, something that he does not do often. Bolty, though, he will be on the play-by-play as we like him to be comfortable while casting the Zohan games. Because that's how he likes it. And that's how it shall be served tonight. But yeah, coming into the third game, we're going to see IGN go up against Zohan. And Zohan, of course, are going to have to make a comeback this time around. Of course, we might see another pocket pick. Who knows? These people, when they're on the red side, I don't know what happens. The devil entered their mind or something. Something just enters them and they decide to go for an unusual kind of draft that we don't really see here in India. But of course, they might as well be following the MPLs to do that. But coming in, first phase though, of course, the same question once again goes to Bolty. What do you think should be the first pick here?
The first pick, of course, maybe Zohan try to force out that joy, but will it be really this time? Because if Zohan, if they got one draft working, they're gonna use that, keep repeating the same draft all over and over again. But this time they lost it, so they're gonna pull them back to kind of redraft and do something else. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be a different pick this time on the side of Zohan.
All right. So that's your take now. So let's see though if this time Zohan, okay, something different though from the side of IGN. They decide to go for Moscow ban this time. So we do remember that Zohan picked up the Moscow in the first match. This time they won't be getting their hands on that. So we won't be seeing a Joy Moscow first pick from the side of Zohan for sure. For the side of IGN, though, what should be the first pick still? Itami, tell me your guesses. What do you think?
Maybe they might prioritize the Lucas this time. Can be the case because he is yet to be banned out and can come up with a flex pick, but you never know. The Gatot is also quite a good option. Mostly IGN, they try to prioritize a flex pick. If it's not the flex pick, they go out for Witch because he is one of the most versatile players for the side of Team IGN. And as I was predicting, the Lucas would have been coming up. And being out from the ban side, he will be going out for the Lucas. It is going to be most probably respect once again onto that Lucas jungle. But Mirio can also go out with the Lucas too. But one thing I did notice is if the Phobius is open, then he mostly likes to prioritize the Phobius out of the EXP lane. So Lucas jungle as well as EXP Phobius is my prediction. But okay, maybe they have read it out and they just decided to pick out the Phobius for the side of it.
The timing was immaculate. This was not scripted. he says EXP Phobias, they pick EXP Phobias. This was not scripted at all, guys. This was definitely not scripted. But yeah, the timing was so good that it seems like it's scripted, but it's not. But yeah, anyways, Prime back to his Of course, Harith once again. This guy, he has been, of course, a Harith standard for a lot of people out there who like to play this hero. Coming in from the side of IGN, though, they decide to go for the high loss. Now they can decide to go for the CC as well. What do you think?
Yeah, this time around, they definitely most likely Mirio. This is like the good time to be picking the CC, especially against Win, because we know that Phobia is always going to go on the EXP. And yes, in
Oh
the
my gosh.
air.
Good
Good
prediction.
call this time. Maybe.
This is obvious.
IGN. Yep.
Yeah.
And Zohan also picking up that. Oh, Mizo-san this time
Oh.
around. Injector plays. It kind of worked out for
Oh.
them on the first game, but this time around, will this work out? That is the question.
Good question. Good question. Because Jawhead, right? I mean, it depends a lot on the execution as well. Because see, sometimes you're trying to rotate, but if the enemy catches your rotation, especially we saw how Witch was able to choke down the rotation of Zohan last game with his abyssal arrows, right? So in this match as well, something similar might happen if we see Jawhead, try to make those rotations happen once again. Of course, Mizo-san, he has to be more careful of Witch, as once he has already tasted. But this time, let's see who gets respected.
Okay.
Second phase.
man.
Okay.
Respect for the mid laners finally happening.
Finally, I was about to say it on Hindi, but there was a saying. I was about to say it. Okay, never mind. But
Yeah, you can say it, Itami. It's fine. You can say it.
It's India.
never mind, man. I just forgot about it. Apparently, the Valentina as well as I just got it. It's called De Rai Par Durust Hai. That means
Oh, okay.
it's never late. So
Yeah.
the Valiant as well as the Selena, both of these heroes, they were picked out on the previous game, and looks like Zohunt, they will be respecting out Selena, the Witch Selena, and IGN, they will be respecting Faden's Valentina. So
Yeah.
that is a mark of respect for both of the sides. You have respect for your team as well, IGN. So I guess Zohunt, they will be prioritizing, no, not prioritizing, banning out two mid laners, which he is quite comfortable with the Farsa 2. The clear lane clearance as well as the visions could have been given out from that Farsa with the Feather Day strikes, but onto this game, it's not happening. IGN, they will be picking out another mid laner, and in my wild prediction, it might actually can be the Yve, or it can actually be the Novaria as well, considering the fact she has been buffed.
Yeah, I mean, Novaria. Bolt, if you remember, we see Witch play Novaria a lot. And the recent buff, I mean, Witch is the kind of guy who hits, right? Because we saw him last game as well. His abyssal arrows were hitting quite a lot, even though you mentioned that Valentina should be able to dodge it. But it didn't happen. But let's see what's happening here. Valir.
Finally.
And cooking. Okay, this time Zohan, they're not afraid of trying new drafts. Doesn't matter if it's IGN, doesn't matter if it's Tartarus. They're bold with their moves. Clearly shows here with this Valir pick. Now, back to the thing that I was talking about. Bolty, Novaria coming in. What do you think?
I mean, especially against a Valir, you need the range, right? That also,
Yep.
Valir, if you want to take it down, you need the burst as well. So, a Novaria that they are suggesting Fredo could work pretty well here. Also, given the fact that he has the ultimate, the Astral Echo, to be, to reveal Mizo-san, because Mizo-san is going to be in a position to, ambush somebody in front of the bush, right? But this time around, no, they're going for something a bit more spicy. Diversion plays.
Talk about diversions, of course, which someone who is really aware of the map at all times. So in his hands, the Lua is always a safe pick. But what's not safe though is the way IGN decide to go, right? Go for the engages, because we have seen in the first game, they had the chip. They did make a few mistakes here and there, which led to them, getting wiped out and all. So they have to be more careful this time around. Even though they have the diversion in their hands, they have to be more careful while executing it in this match. Because this time they cannot afford to make mistakes, because this will be a match point deciding match. So yeah, no more mistakes can be happening here. Last pick already done, which is going to be Joy once again. 3 games back to back. Dusty Mizo, who is known for his MOBA Dusty picks, has been denying and depraving the entire Indian MLBB community. That might be a bit too much, but yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, that's what's happening, right? Why Joy? Why Joy? It's your meta, but you're not picking the heroes that work in your meta. Why is he not going for an alpha?
Experimenting? Nah, never mind. Experimenting sounds so wrong, man. Because we do know Dusty, he likes going out with the utility junglers, but maybe he might have found out onto his comfort as the Joy. So that might be the reason he is going for more objective kind of gameplay, which the Joy is. Joy is a really fast jungle clearer. So it will give them the advantage as well as the rotations for the early as well as on mid phases of the game. That might be one of the reasons they have decided to just prioritize it. Meanwhile, Respect, he is going out with different picks. It was the first game Lucas, second game it was the Suyo, and once again it is Lucas. So Fighter Jungler is coming up from the side of team in IGN instead of Zohan at this point.
Perfect points being made here by Tami as we dive into the third match. And of course, IGN going up against Zohan in the lower bracket finals to decide who will be the finalist facing eliminators in the finals. And finally, I get the opportunity to say that we are going and heading into the third game of the night between IGN and Zohan. And this is going to be nothing less than exciting. And of course, people being on the edge of their seats because this will be a match point match happening. And game number 3 it is, ladies and gentlemen. Casting is your boy Fredo. Alongside me is Bolty and Itami. Bolty on the play-by-play and Itami bringing you the analysis.
Yep, and for now, just the basic rotations as well the objective kind of gameplay are going on. Draft-wise, I do believe Aaron, he has decided to go out with one of his most comfort picks, the Ranger, even if it is nerfed. I do believe if he is able to farm it out, there is one tit for tat kind of thing for the Ranger. That is, the Death Sonata's range has been decreased, but the damage has quite been increased. So it can give the advantage for Aaron to just burst out Prime if he's trying to make that low HP escape, and it might actually favor it out unless he is able to get that farm compared to the Harith. Oh,
There's
onto the top.
something going on top side, but both of the teams are not committed because you don't have level 4 power spike yet, right, guys?
Yep, definitely. Level 4 is needed to engage. And into the EXP lane, though, this time it's not a favorable matchup here for Win like he had in the first game with that Masha. So interesting to see here if Mirio will be able to play it right.
Oh, forces out that retry. I'm pretty sure gets that level 4, but he does not have the electric beats. But of course, now he's gonna have it. But he's gonna try to take this crap for himself. He was completely denied, and of course, back to you guys, or maybe not. Somebody Respect trying to deny the jungle once again, but Mizo-san also forces out the ejector. But then again, both of the teams going away, but this turtle fight is gonna be something else.
Definitely.
Yep.
And yeah, continue, Fredo.
Yep, definitely things going to be popping up here in this turtle fight because look at that, both the junglers have their level 4s ready and IGN going the aggressive, trying to burst it down immediately.
And here comes Faden as well, using that turret to do something that's gonna be Witch taking that retribution for himself, but Dusty Mizo will be the one to spill the first blood to the side of the Zofates. And yes, indeed, with that also, but first blood traded for a turtle. I think the turtle taken was a bit more onto the side of IGN.
Definitely, which with that play, even if the junglers were not, so it will be giving him quite some advantage, but the goal lead is favorable for the side of Team Zohan. So if they came up with another trade, then maybe IGN, if they got that another trade, then the scenario might be quite different. But they are playing it out quite defensively, even if they have the Luo.
Oh no, Zozen in trouble here. Has to use that glorious pathway, but no, Dusty Mizo says otherwise. And also Mizo-san getting busted upon by that Beast of Light. And yes, 1-to-1 trade on both of the roamers. Still, the gold lead is going to funnel down to the side of Zohan still, but also Prime on top side though. He's getting outranged by Aaron.
Definitely getting outranged by Aaron. But in this meta, of course, Granger did get nerfed. This nerf still not able to stop Aaron from doing what he likes to do, which is dominate his lane. Prime as well likes to dominate with the Harith, but for now he has to play safer as, of course, the range advantage, like you mentioned, in the hands of Aaron the Creator. Coming to you, Itami, what do you think is happening, from the side of Zohan? Because do you think they need to make more rotations towards the goal lane and help out Prime?
They should, because if Aaron is able to outfarm the turret, then he will just be able to do that snowball. He has the snowball kind of a potential, and he will be able to do it. And that is one thing Johan needs to definitely avoid. Because if you give the snowball kind of a potential to a Granger, you never know, man. The stakes of the game, it completely turned out for the favor of the enemy team, and that is what you would actually try to avoid. Mizo-san, you have the Jawhead for your side, and early game initiation will be coming up, but Zozin is actually doing a good job trying to give that vision Aaron the creator needs. But okay, the diversion has been used out.
And also that glorious pathway by Zhou here. Zozan getting thumped around, but Dusty Mizo though making that sneaky escape once again. But right now though, the turtle favor is onto the side of IGN because they're pulling this away. Win try to do something, uses Dark Force, but respects that retribution, drops it on the turtle, and yes, IGN will eat that second turtle on their side without any trades.
Nothing happening, nothing happening, nothing cooking, nothing exciting happening.
What's that accent? What's that accent, Fredo?
What's that accent, man?
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Oh no, Zojin once again getting caught. Dusty will be the one to take it away. Killing spree, or maybe make it a double because Dusty Mizo, he is on his wager right here because who said Dusty cannot play some, sneaky assassin? But this guy right now,
Mizo,
3 picks.
Mizo-san.
Oh, maybe not. Mizo. Just go for that, the conceal play. Oh, Witch though, force out the flicker. He's gonna die, but no, he's not gonna die because not enough burst potential anymore to the side of Zohan. So they're gonna leave it. They're gonna be satisfied with their double kill. And yes, 4 kills to the side of Zohan with 15k.
Good flicker, man, actually, because I did thought that Mizo-san would be able to get Witch, but that is the mechanics he has, man. And he was just able to avoid it at least for now. But Zohan, they still have the lead. Even if IGN are getting these objectives,
maybe Searing Turret on towards Zolzin, or maybe not, it's gonna be Win instead. But both of the teams are gonna be looking down, but Muriel finally falling to the flames of Faden. And also Zolzin almost biting the dust this time around, but he is a tank, so he's tanky. Also Prime eating a lot of Witch's duality. So, never mind. That is a 1v1 on the bot side. And yes, Dusty reigning supreme for the Zofates. And that is 2. That's on the side of IGN. And 6 kills on the side of Zohunt.
I mean, even though I thought in the EXP department they would be losing it out, but they still make it happen somehow. This time Win, even though he's on the phobias, and Dusty Mizo actually compensating for all that.
Prime though, killing Aaron right now, and that is what he needs to start and stop the Aarons from kind of snowballing like what Itami said. And also Mirio trying to do something, uses that dashes, and yes, escapes, but the diversion play coming in, but it's going to be 2 members of IGN trying to funnel down on Win, but Win is a tanky guy, so he'll be walked away. And also, what IGN needs to do is take the turtle as well. So for now, it's just going to be this turtle dance.
Key objective this time will be, trying to take Dusty Mizo down as soon as possible. Because 7 minutes onto the game, 7 kills for the side of Team Zohan, and 5 of them belongs to Dusty Mizo. So at this point, he has that snowball kind of potential. He just dives in and looks like Zohan is trying to initiate.
Some resources been used, and yes, Dusty Mizo trying to hit that retribution, and yes, he does. And also, look at the Man Force coming in from the Prime. He's gonna take out Zoz, and also Dusty taking out somebody also, and that is 3 deaths to the side of IGN with Zohan always making a good play without trading any of their members.
And if things continue to go this way, IGN, I mean, even if they have the grandeur, we'd like to take a look at the stacks though to understand where this Aaron stands right now. But of course, think about it, right? It's not looking good at all. Look at that, 252 stacks. I think it's okay-ish, but not good enough to actually, try to make a comeback happen. And that's the reason why right now Zohan, they have the opportunity to take this game easily, but that should, I mean, unless they make a mistake, I think it should be an easy game, starting from here on, because even Aaron, look at Prime as well, gets those 2 items already, working on to the 3rd one.
Yeah, and the main point is he hasn't been taken down even once, so he also has that potential that he needs. And Zohan, it's not only just the objectives actually, kill trades wise, they are winning the team fights, and that is what they actually want. Because just go out for the initiations, get the trades favorable for your side, and just win onto the team fights. And that is what exactly happening side of Team Zohan. Zozen, he tries to go in with those glorious patches, but it's not working out because of the Jawhead. He just tosses him down, and he is not able to, engage. IGN are not able to do those engages like they want, and Zohan, they just spread it out. They just get those initiations, they get the kills, and they just get the job done at this point.
Yeah, but one thing that I did forget to mention there, Itami, was the fact that actually, even though Prime didn't die, Aaron does have the kills. Seems like the early game blows which are happening in the goal lane favored Aaron a lot, and that's the reason why even after everything that happened, Aaron is still ahead in terms of gold. So it's like an even game still. I mean, he might not have the stacks, but he has that goal. So things still looking good here as Mr. Prime not able to get that holy crystal, but he'll definitely try to burst down this lord very quickly. Look at that, Zohan, man. They're trying to cook this game all by themselves, but let's see if it happens or not.
The problem is, I guess the problem is going to be as you said, Aaron. But it's only Aaron that does has it for the side of Team IGN. If he gets taken down, it will be a different case.
Oh, Zozen making that initiation. Here comes Zosan passing away Zozen as well. Zaman Force on towards Prime. Just trying to do something, but it's going to be Aaron instead trying to do. And yes, he gets the kill on Mizo-san, but also gets traded out by Win. Which also takes out Prime. But this time around, the trade favors on the side of IGN.
They are
Lord marching down the bottom side. And no minion sync, however, though, so should be an easy defense here for IGN. Unless Zohan can pull off a miracle and take down all the inhibitors.
I do agree. And inhibitor, tower advantage, it's definitely for the side of Team Zohan. This defense will be coming up, but the evolved minions, maybe they will be able to take down that inhibitor tower, and they do. It's only the inhibitor for the side of Team IGN. And initiation wise, I do believe, IGN, they are trying out with those diversions, but the problem is, Zohan, they are sticking, all of the 5 or the 4 members, they are sticking by themselves. And even if the initiations happen, it's the itemization as well as the goal lead, which they are leading with. So fight advantage, team fight advantage, it is definitely going on for the side of Team Zohan.
Yep. And with that, things looking good here from, of course, the side of Team Zohan coming in. Only the inhibitors which are left to be destroyed from their side. No fights happening whatsoever, but look at the way that Zohan is just lined up on that left side of the map, just lined up one by one. Prime, Faden, back in front of him was Mizo-san and Win as well. That was, one by one, like chess pieces. You reach the queen at last or king at last, and king is Faden, queen is Prime. You can say that the Mizo-san is the bishop and the pawn is Mr. Win.
What about Dusty?
Dusty is the queen. No. We already said queen to someone, right? But I think we should say Dusty is the queen because queen can roam freely around, and that's what Dusty is doing right now.
Yeah, he has the kills. He has the mobility for his side as well. So yeah. Queen is quite understandable, but you know what? The Lord will be spawning, and looks like Zohan, they are on a better position to be contesting it because IGN, they are way busy onto those lane clearance, but they have a low E for your side, and they just can dive in as well as take the fight. But at this point, taking a fight might actually not be a good idea considering the fact that Zohan, they will be getting another Lord, and even if you try to take down the team fights, they will just be sticking around by themselves. They will not be the 1v1 kind of situation.
Version. Oh, that is such a good position to kind of pick up somebody. That could be either Dusty Mizo or maybe some Faden also. Look at these two. They're look at these. Keep quiet. Never mind. It seems like IGN are gonna use that
they need to go back
because nobody's gonna come back and take that buff. Instead, your buff is gonna be the one that gets stolen. So right now. Look at that. Lumina's gonna go to the bottom side, straight towards that bot inhibitor. And yes, the charge is gonna be used to destroy, making it a debris. So right now, Aaron though trying to capitalize with those shots coming up as well. Mizo-san taking the point, trying to make that play as well. But Dusty though, wait, why are Team Zohan actually fading away from that?
Waiting for the right opportunity, maybe. Because there is the
Oh.
initiation, as I said.
Absolutely, of course, correct by Itami and Aaron the Creator though, taking out Mizo-san, and also Zozen falling to win right now, but Dusty Mizo also dying, but it's only Prime and Faden
Faden.
left, or maybe Win also the back line, but he's gonna get punished by the Wrath of Aaron for staying too deep in the crystals of IGN, or maybe not. Oh, Prime, or maybe something is gonna happen, but Muriel will have to say no, and that is 4 deaths to the side of Zohan and only 2 on the side of IGN. That was a reverse kind of clapback on the side of IGN, but at what cost? All your inhibitors.
I don't know what to say, but I don't know, for some reason Prime was dashing inside the duality. He should not have done that. He could have actually sustained it out there, you know. But yeah, that was a mistake from Prime, and that will cost them for a almost wipeout. But yeah, they should still be able to play it right, because look at that. The base is naked from the side of IGN, so of course Super Minions going to be pushing in. There should not be any issues for Zohan in terms of the macro game, because the minions will macro themselves. And who knows, minions can turn into Winions like any other
Yes.
game that happened.
Hey.
Winions.
Winions for the win. You never know, man. Like, you know, you need to be just clearing out those waves as much as possible. And the fact the Lord will be spawning this time, it would be better for the side of Team Zohan if they go out for the 17-minute Lord instead of the 16, because it is going to be that Luminous Lord, and the HP is going to be a bit much higher compared to the previous ones. So it depends upon, maybe they will be going out with them or maybe not, because which he can be coming out with those diversion plays, you never know. And looks like the Lord has been spawned. Zohan wasting no time, and they will be going out instantly, and they will be able to burst it down quite easily. But the main question remains is,
Faden, is he gonna bite the dust? Or maybe Dusty Mizo going away, you know, taking down.
no.
But Faden will be about to get respected. And also Prime taking down Faden also. But both is gonna be the mid laner trade once again. But
Aaron,
Dusty Mizo go for the
Aaron.
pursuit. But also Aaron try to use that. Oh no, it's almost the Winions there that we have mentioned. But this time around, Zohan crashing down.
the
Wind
base is
goes
open.
in. Also, somebody's gonna get clipped here because the wind is gonna go to the side of Zofates. Itami, maybe this is the time to say
Nah, man. It's still, I guess,
it.
there is still some time for
Yeah,
that.
it's still early. It's still early,
Yeah.
boys. It's still early to say it. But of course, for
night is
this
still
match, it
young.
will be, it will be Zofate going forward and taking that win. And of course, 2-1. I mean, this is the kind of series that everyone likes, because of course it's going left and right. IGN Zohan. But yeah, let's see what the fourth game does, because right now IGN will be under pressure to win this one, because if they do not do that, then there is no way they can stop Zohan for claiming that final spot. And that's the reason why we will be witnessing the third match happening as well. But before we dive into that, Dusty Mizo finally gets that MVP that he has been searching for since this match began.
Okay, it's never late. And Dusty Mizo, I guess, you know, the early game snowball he got, the 5 kills onto his name, that gave them the advantage that they needed. So Zohan's draft was early game based because of the fact they had the Jawhead as well as the Joy for their side, and they were able to utilize it out quite well compared to the second game. Actually, they didn't have the Jawhead, but the Joy, it didn't quite work out. But still, it is quite okayish for now. And Zohan, they will be taking the second game. And I do believe Alan the Creator, he had that carry kind of a potential, but unfortunately for this match, it didn't happen. And IGN, you know, the next match, it is going to be a do or die situation for them.
Yeah, Bolty, what's your take about this match?
My only take here is, of course, IGN though. maybe like you said, Pharaoh, they could have gone for like the Novaria, like you said, right? Because which even though he does make, set up those diversions, it wasn't used to the fullest, right? Because
Yep.
Zohan knows where they're gonna be there. Instead, especially the last one, they were wasting way too much time trying to pick off somebody, and then nobody came. And that is
Mm.
just the thing that's been
Mhm.
bugging my mind.
Mm.
Yeah.
They could have went for the experiment as well, because look at that. Faden, very bold move from IGN, right? Picking up the Valir out of nowhere. Of course, it is an expected pick in this meta, but we did not really
Yeah.
expect Faden to show up with the Valir tonight, today evening especially. But yeah, right now, I think it's time for Wish to step out of his comfort zone as well. It's not like Novaria is not his comfort zone. It is his comfort zone. But the thing is, he has not, had his hands on the Novaria yet. But I mean, back in the day when Novaria was not really a meta, which was one of those only mid laners who used to play it. But right now, it's a time for Novaria to shine. So, I mean, it's about time he gets his hands on them. But before we talk about getting his hands on the Novaria, we'd like to take a short break because, of course, 3 games back to back. We need some water. You need some popcorn. And, of course, the players need to discuss. So, yep, we'll be taking a short water break. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on WarDrum Games. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we are back after a hydration break. It's not like football and cricket matches, but here we are casting MLBB. So of course you know that the hype is definitely there. And yeah, with that we're back once again. Bolti and Itami on the desk besides me, and of course once again we're going to dive into Zohan versus IGN as both of these teams battle it out for the final spot in the Top Dog Finals. And the winner of the Top Dog Finals will most likely take away the 50,000 winning amount. But on the other side, there's also the chance for underdogs as well to take that 50,000. So yeah, things are going to get really interesting. But before things go interesting, your takes, Bolti. What can we expect tonight, right now, especially from Zohan? Do you think they'll be able to get this 3-1, or will IGN make a comeback?
Hmm. Actually, I'm kind of rooting for Zohan to make the 3-1. Yeah, call me biased, but I mean,
Yeah,
come on,
it's fine, man.
It's Zohan, it's fine, right? IGN, come on. Don't worry, don't worry. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go straight to the drafting as well. This time, like Fredo said, if Zohan pick up this win, they're gonna be going straight into that finals, of course. So
Yep.
on the side of IGN as well, they still need to pick up that 2 fighting before they can kind of time it out or make a good decision. So right now, IGN though, drafting wise, they are still respecting Dusty.
Dusty being respected here. So that just shows that, I mean, people might not say that Dusty is the best jungler, but at least among the, top teams who play against each other, this guy has the respect, of course,
Yep.
from one and only. I mean, respects him. So why not start respecting Dusty at this point? Yeah. I mean, that's like something, because, of course, there's respect on the side of IGN. But yeah, coming to you, Itami, what do you think can be the first pick that Zone would like to go for here? Joy once again.
Yeah, I was about to say that actually. So maybe the joy might be coming up for Dusty. It's actually working out for the side of Team Zohan. The joy, the second game, I do believe Faden as well as Win. If they decided to go out with instead of Masha or something else, then maybe it would have been a clean sweep, or maybe you don't know. But for Dusty Mizo, in terms of objective, the joy is working out quite well. So I wouldn't be surprised that if they go out with a joy once again, Fredo. But okay. Speak of the devil.
Oh wow.
Oh wow, things cooking up here. It seems. Things cooking up here. It seems, because they have banned out the joy. Finally, it seems like it's not just MOBA Dusty anymore. It's going to be Dusteezy or something, because they've banned out the joy. But yeah, first pick coming in from the side of Zone is going to be Kalia. Of course, this time Bolty will be able to say the term that he likes to use, which raises his casting level 10 times, aura plus, when he uses that word. But yeah. But Bolty, what do you think, IGN?
I thought it was supposed to be a Badang, but of course they're kind of close, lore related. So I see what you're doing there, Fredo. But on the side of IGN right now, what are their gonna be their picks? I mean, there is no Lucas whatsoever. I mean, no Joy on the jungle side. They won't be picking something. Instead, they of course they gonna go for that safe EXP pick, because they cannot predict Zohan, because Zohan is pulling out the Kalia, so they cannot predict the draft on their side.
Yeah, that's usually how the draft should be taken. Like, concealing your strategies in the first pick so that the enemy cannot also, cannot figure it out. And like Mr. Ray says, he likes to see the Kalia in the EXP lane, and that's actually good, because the Kalia, if she gets that level 4, the early pick-off, can happen anytime. And that's the reason, why we like to see Kalia in the EXP. But of course, it might be played in the roam as well, depending what the opponents wanted. But seems like we are seeing a Badang pick happening here from the side of Zohan. So too many fisters. Bolty strategy or something. I mean, what do you call it? Bolty meta?
What? Nah, ain't no way my meta is ever gonna come. The only thing that's gonna come is these two fisters fisting out IGN. And also, Asuyu picked... I mean, Dusty was denied that joy, but this time around, he's just gonna pick that Suyu because of this break completely. And also, don't forget the Kalia. That tsunami slam is just one tap away to just grab the Fanny midair and just slamming. And then the Badang can also follow up. And yeah, it's the end of Fanny. But it respects Fanny. So we got to respect it as well. But he's going to have a really hard time in this match.
Yep, this game going to be really hard, of course, because Fanny going to face a Kalia and the Badang, the Fisters combo. The punches might land on the flying cables. Might be enough to take down a bird with those punches, but before that happens, of course, we'll be heading into the land of dawn. This lineup is stacked, definitely, because Zohan looking strong with the draft. And of course, on the other side, IGN looking to take and deny Zohan of that victory, because this match is their match point. From on the other side is going to be a comeback match for IGN to still stay in the series. But will that happen or not? We'll be finding it out in the end of this match. And this is going to be, of course, the fourth match between Team IGN and Zohan in this best of 5 series. Casting is, of course, Fredo alongside me is Bolty, and other than Bolty is going to be Tami. I was about to say Ray. Sorry for that, but yeah.
Fredo, Miss Ray. Ray, you're hearing this? I know you're in the chat.
He is there. I guess he is, just interacting with the viewers, but okay. The fourth game onto the series, Zohan versus IGN, and I guess Team Zohan, they will be trying to just wrap it up at this point, because if the series extends, then IGN, you never know, they might be coming up with comebacks as well. So for now, it's just the basic rotations and respect. He got one of his comfortable picks, the Fanny, and the crowd control. It is going to be that Kalea as well as the Badang, unless they get those listing as well as the wands. Oh,
there is definitely that initiation coming in, but nobody's gonna get first blasted. But for now, still on the side of Zohan looking strong, because they have that early game damage, apart from Fanny, of course. But it seems like Zohan trying to deny the farm. But then again, Dusty will still grab it for himself. Steel Cable's gonna go for the cutthroat as well. It's gonna be faded, and that is first blood to the side of IGN, and also Win coming in. Look, what did I say? Look at those two. They're pairing up and they're ganking up on the Fanny.
They're just ganking up at this point, and okay, looks like 2 for 1 already, and Zohan, they have their advantage, and looks like the level 4 mark will be up anytime soon, but the initiation might be.
Fisting coming up. Look at this, Itami, and another Blade Surge onto the face of Zozen as Dusty gets the kill. And also a Tsunami Slam on top of that. That is another pile driver into the face of Respect. And yes, indeed, he falls. And that's to the side of IGN, because 4 kills and a turtle soup to the side of Zohan. I mean, Zohan are having a comfortable early game. I mean, Fanny supposedly have that comfortable early game to go ahead and invade, but this time around, still though, Prime gonna go in, grabbing Error, the creator, and this is just so that IGN are not gonna have that lead for a while.
Yep, IGN not going to get that lead right now, because of course things not looking good in their favor. Of course, in the draft right now, they're suffering as well. Early game, already 5 kills down, only 1 on their hands. So yeah, things not looking good for now. But yeah, let's see what happens. They can make some comebacks happen before the second turtle comes.
Can be happening, but for now, Zohan, early game advantage, they are making the full use of it, and it's actually working, because 5 kills are already onto their name, and the goal lead is looking quite favorable for the side as well. So IGN, they need to be finding their opening as soon as possible, because it's going so far so good for the side of Team Zohan. They are able to keep up with it, then there will be consequences at this point.
Definitely consequences going to be there. Of course, if you don't play it right, there are definitely going to be consequences, and both these teams are experienced enough to exploit those mistakes. So you cannot be expecting the enemy to make a mistake and not pay attention to the mistakes that you're making. And with that, a pause has come in, of course, the first pause in 4 games. We can expect something to go wrong, definitely. Of course, you cannot expect things to go smoothly all the time. That's the luck for our side. But yeah, let's see. Match resumes once again. Seems like the issue has been solved. But yeah, these kind of
Exactly.
pauses are sometimes good to just sit around and think of something. But yeah, the pause was not long enough. Diversion cancelled as well.
What the?
Okay, looks like, yeah, the issue has been resolved and we are back. And Zofa, they have the advantage quite early. Respect, he is getting those purple buffs, but another pause is coming up. So I guess there might be some issues one of the players are facing.
Yep, and we'll take a few minutes to figure it out, right? To understand what actually is going on. But yeah, that is actually, there might be something going on in the background right now, which of course the match officials are trying to figure out. Of course, the referees were working behind the scenes to figure out the situation, help, maintain the integrity and fairness for this match. But yeah, while that is going on, let's talk about the game so far, right, guys? Look, I mean, things are not looking good for IGN at all. I mean, this Fanny pick came out of nowhere. But what do you think, though? What's your opinion about this Fanny pick? Because it's not working out, Itami.
What the?
Oh, what just happened?
I think that's the problem of the pause, because Faden inside the turret of IGN is just too much, and also Prime is gonna get caught here. Almost get taken out though. That was a good flicker coming in for Prime. And also Win there. They're gonna be backing off for now. But that Faden throwing there in the mid lane, I'm not so sure. Yep, there
Yeah, and another pause has been coming up. So yeah, it just might be the connection issues. We will be facing it, but looking at the game, I guess Zohan, they had the early game control, but initiation wise, IGN can still, take up onto those team fights and make the advantage favorable for their side. So it depends upon how well Respect will be farming. And if he is able to acquire some kills, that will be a better choice. But by far onto this game, five, it's all, it's only about to be 5 minutes, and Respect has already been taken down twice. So that's not actually a good sign for a Fanny, because you have that snowball potential, and if you get taken down like that, it is not going to be quite reliable for your team.
Yep, of course. A lot can happen, of course, and something that can happen as well is going to be definitely the pause meta thing, pause meta. Pause can definitely change a lot of things for a lot of sites. So yeah, maybe something happening in the background that the officials are working on for sure. But before we get into that part, we'll definitely like to think more about how things can go from here. If the of course, the way it happened for Fade in there, not the best thing to happen, right? But yeah, that can change a few things around for IGN now.
Airstrike coming in. That's going to be Dusty. Almost bind the dust. Also, SOD coming in. That's going to be Aaron, the creator, finishing off Dusty. Respect gets the turtle, though. And this time around, Respect also bids farewell to Prime. And here comes the fisting from Mizo-san. But Faden trying to do something. Gets traded both of them out with Witch. And also Mizo-san and also Aaron going to be falling there. So that's 4 deaths to the side of Zohan. Looking really bad with just one trade onto the side of IGN.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's the gold laner, so it can be a good thing as well as it can be getting the turtle as well as one tower for themselves. So it was 5-0 deficit, but looks like it is equal now, 6-6. And Aaron, the creator, he is keeping up with the farm as well. Harith is quite still ahead, but Aaron, he has, the lane clearing potential is better from that Moscow. But initiation.
Fist coming in. Respect is going to get bursted down by Mizo-san. Family problem giving the problem to Respect right here, and also Win there. A little bit low on chunk of HP, and also Witch falling to Dusty Mizo. Here comes Aaron the Creator trying to chunk down Mizo-san, but no, does not have enough dashes to go straight for it, as Mizo-san also pops up that conceal. So that's going to be 2 deaths on the side of IGN with on the side of Zohan. Oh,
yeah, and with that...
Diversion.
Nah, never mind.
Oh,
it was just
okay.
utility.
Yeah, there's no one. I thought there was someone, the way you guys are hyping it up,
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, bottom side, I mean, the thing is, if that Moscow was not there with the SOD, then that mid lane should definitely have, been cracked open. But yeah, that's the thing. The Moscow is going to be really useful here, especially to counter out the fact that, Zohan can definitely gank in terms of man advantage because of the diversion plays. But Moscow will definitely be on the far side. And maybe I understand the reason why IGN went for this Fanny pick, which did not come into mind earlier. My bad, I'm not the best guy to analyze the game. But it seems like they're trying to go for the macro potential that, try to counter the macro potential that the Loi has,
Yeah, true. Because it is the divergent as well as the vision she gives onto the match. And Faden, he is doing quite a good job. Has been used out. Aaron the creator.
Aaron getting caught.
Oh, Purify.
Purify.
Oh.
Perfect, but not going to be enough to
AOG.
escape the wrath of Faden. Here comes another chunk of CC on towards Mirio, though. Two people getting knocked up right there. Respect has to respect. And also, it's just gonna be so tanky. Look at the double revitalize coming in from IGN, but then again, 3 is still gonna fall. Call it a 4 because the team is out picking up the kills. That's 4 kills. Is also gonna be Prime picking up a kill here, but no, that is a diversion play coming in to the side of Zohan, and yes, they are very much rewarded with that, with 12 kills on their lead, also 4k gold lead, and a sweet turtle.
Turtle Soup going to be taken out here by Dusty Mizo, and that fight was actually good from IGN. The signs of retaliation that they were showing was pretty good because it did seem like for a moment that they could make the comeback happen. Unfortunately, it seems like IGN were able to, Zohan were able to out-damage, not out-sustain, but out-damage the opponents. So yeah, that's the reason. This farm difference that they're having now, 5k gold lead coming into it. Oh, but look at the items that the side of IGN just picked up. Lot of items. Look at that War Axe here.
Yeah, the roaming boots actually, because roaming boots are actually quite beneficial if you are onto the and IGN. Even if they are able to get some assists, they to get some gold. But Aaron, he needs to be making sure he doesn't get ganked up.
Comes Tsunami Slam. Aaron the Creator getting caught by Win right now. They want to find Mirio as well, but no, he's too tanky, especially inside the safeness of this turret. So for now, Respect also almost, he's trying to go for something, or maybe not. Divergent play gonna go for top side, but it's just gonna be Window going in. Mizo-san going for the fisting as well. That's the comes in. Oh, look at Witch! He knows the mechanics. Oh, a freaking bird! And yes, Caesar Monday once again, oldest player. Of course, he represent in the MSC, right? Yeah.
Yep. I mean, if he cannot do that, he's not Witch. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that people will say for sure, right?
Again, bot side again. Zaman 4 is going to be popping in. Here comes better airstrike on towards Prime. And yes, Primes get taken down. And also more. Zo's going to come in. But Respect this time. He still gets caught in the Tsunami Pile Driver. And Fabian will be the one to make the finishing blow right now. And Dusty Mizo almost using that Queller to quell out Zozan. But Zozan is a tanky boy. Let's see another day. Mizo-san gonna be in that bush trying to face down Mirio here, I'm pretty sure. But for now, Mirio is very, very aggressive because he knows they don't really have that, resources to be spending on him. So right now, the fight stops, but this Lord is gonna spawn. So is Zohan gonna go for the Lord or maybe not? Dusty wants to farm that blue.
Nah,
things looking good here.
Yeah. It will be quite
Things looking quite interesting as well as risky, right? Of course, because with the farm lead that Zohan have right now, you cannot really afford to go in and lose the fight, because if you do that, you're giving away the advantage. But if you take a look at Zohan, they are going in for the Lord.
Oh, still, but no, Dusty has that retribution up his sleeve, and Zosian just in the bush. I don't know why he just stayed there, but here comes the diversion play coming in. 2 is gonna go to the top side. It's gonna be a pause instead. So the only thing that got diverted there was the pause.
Well, it's happening. It's happening again and again.
Pause
But
meta.
of course, as far as the news that I've heard, seems like some Discord glitches happening,
Yeah.
for either of the teams. So that's the reason why these pauses are happening again and again. And I mean, it's actually fine as long as as long as the matches are happening in a good manner. Like, it's not like one of the other teams is actually facing an issue and the other one is just getting the advantage because of that. That should not happen. And that's not happening by, of course, pausing the match and letting things go properly before we begin. But yeah, once again, back to you, Itami. What do you think can be done by IGN here? Because if you take a look, they're losing out on the neutral objectives.
Yeah, but one thing is, the tower deficit is not that much, but the goal lead is the problem. Because Zohan, even if they are, if they do those initiations, it's actually them winning out the team fight. So if IGN actually comes up with a sweep, then it might be that opening that they needed, but by far it is not happening.
And with that, seems like Prime has picked up the Holy Crystal, which
in trouble. Eat a little bit of a fist coming from Mizo-san here. Zojin also has to force out that glorious pathway. Oh, but this time he's gonna get caught by Prime. That is the synchro fission onto the face of Zojin this time around. And yes, he's gonna fall for now. No initiator. I mean, they still have Mirio, but no initiator coming in the side of IGN for now. That's also gonna be a tier 2 falling down. And right now, what is gonna be happening? Instead, Dusty, Mizo, and Zohan are just in a position to, take down anyone.
Yep. They can take down anyone definitely right now. Looking at the way they're approaching though, but of course, Holy Grail is up as well.
Yep, spent indeed. For now, that is what Zohan are actually looking for. And they didn't even go for the tier 2. But yes, of course, diversion on the top side here. Trying to utilize that to take it out. But here comes Zojin making that initiation. And also comes up with the Mirio. But somebody's are going to get fisted down here. That initiation went south as the two tanky boys fall to the side of IGN and also Zohan though. This time around, they could get that clean, sweepy broom that they need right here as these inhibitors are going to start falling down one by one. Respect needs to do something. Use that, crystal, or maybe not. That team is all finally finding Witch there. And also, once again, Respect. Oh no, this is over, ladies and gentlemen, because Zofate are gonna be finally securing that final spot to the next time tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, maybe this time we could call Itami right now. Itami, do your thing, man. Do your thing.
I guess it's Zofate at this point. Zofate, aha.
No, you want to do it together, guys? Okay,
Zofate. Zofate.
Zofate.
What?
It's the apata, that thing, man.
Oh, yeah. I didn't. Okay. I was not a part of the discussion, I guess.
There you have it.
Zofate, right. Okay. Yeah. But yeah.
Here we go.
Chaklutuk happening, Zofate happening, IGN not happening tonight, of course. Mirio once again, the MVP loss. Of course, his back must be hurting at this point. But what can we say? Things did not work out for, of course, IGN. The jungler pick here, I think I did explain the logic behind this Fanny pick was probably to try and out macro the low E coming in from Faden, but it did not happen that way because in terms of ganks, Zone were definitely, of course, they were able to gank much better, even with this heavy frontline that they have taken, which was not safe. Aaron definitely not safe because he does not have the range to utilize those two frontliners. So with this kind of matchup, oh my god, things are not looking good. But yeah, what are your thoughts, Itami?
I guess the early game initiations that Zohunt came up with, it gave them the advantage. Even the pauses were being made from one of the teams. It was at one point we did thought that IGN might actually come up with a comeback, but as much as the game was progressing onto the mid as well as onto the late, Zohunt were able to keep up with it and they got the results. They got the victory that they wanted. And I guess draft was not exactly what the problem was. Problem was the execution because he went out with the Farsa, one of his signature picks, and Respect, he tried to try it out. I was saying this, that when they are on a losing deficit, they try to go out with that Fanny. It works sometimes, but mostly they are on a losing deficit. Sorry to say this once again, but IGN will be losing out the series and they will be eliminated. But kudos to them onto this WarDrum 2.0. They did a lot well compared to the previous season, and hopefully onto the 3.0, they will be coming up even stronger than this.
I also expect the same, man, because of course we like to see IGN, the OG team, rise up once again, bring those old fans back alive, back in those days, 16, 17s. But yeah, they were one of the first squads in India to actually play properly, in an organized way. So of course they can be setting up the trends once again. But before that happens, right? Just to inform everyone, as Zohan is the winner tonight. They will be facing eliminators, of course. Mizoram versus Manipur, very classic matchup happening. Yep,
El
very classic
Clasico.
matchup happening in the El Clasico kind of stuff. Yeah, but in ML baby. But yeah. Oh, and my bad. I should not have said that. But yeah, anyways, of course,
Yeah.
it becomes a habit. But yeah, it's going to be. But tomorrow we're not going to see that. Tomorrow we are going to see the lower bracket finals happen. Sorry, the underdog finals happening. So of course, the underdog finals. Who are the teams? You can definitely check it out on our Instagram post to find out. But yeah, with that, that's all for tonight. It's going to be Fredo, Bolti, and Itami delivering for 4 matches, 1 match short of attaining Nirvana. But yeah, we'll be getting to see if we can attain Nirvana someday. But before that happens, guys, good night, everyone, from Fredo. And of course, you guys can also.
Good night, everyone. See you all
Yep.
tomorrow, and we will be coming on more action. Bolti,
Hey,
go ahead.
Bolti, good night, man. Come on, say it.
Arise.
Zofate,
Yeah.
arise.
Zofate, good night.
Zofate.
Yeah. Chalo, guys. With that, bye bye, everyone. Come back tomorrow for more action of the Underdogs finals. With that, Fredo signing out.